because that was a lot easier to manage.
Wait, so you didn't buy that?
No, I bought that one at Beauty World, but my stylist also makes waves.
I love the way people sort of file in the morning.
Just slowly.
And that's your color yet. I think I would.
Okay, so we're going to get started. Saturday morning, 9 o'clock is, it's hard for people to get up, but I'm sure we will, like we did yesterday, begin to fill up. Anyhow, I want to welcome you to the second day of our Digital Blackness Conference. I understand that yesterday we were trending #1 on Twitter. Nationally. Now, those of you who are on Twitter know what that means. I'm still learning. As I said yesterday, I'm here to learn, and I'm going to take my marching orders from people who said yesterday that some of us need to, particularly senior scholars, need to Twitter so that perhaps we can guide the conversation. So that's going to be a summer project. I'm still trying to finish out the semester, all right. For those of you who weren't here, I want to introduce my co-conspirators, and they'll say something, but Melanie Price and Brittany Cooper and Keisha Esty, who help put this conference together. And no, there will not be another one next year. At least perhaps we'll pass the mantle to another university and to another group, all right? But I also want to extend thanks to a couple of other people because something like this doesn't happen really without a lot of help from a lot of people. Number one, I'd like to thank, she's standing back there, but Lynn Shanko. Lynn, in terms of coordinating everything, including the money, she helped bring everybody here and get them to the airport and get them here, et cetera. So she has, her help has just been enormous. People who are not here, but the other people in the history department, and I want to give a shout out to Rutgers History, because they have always come through with anything that I have wanted to do. And so, and they have, paid the bills or made sure that all of the money got to its rightful place. And that's Tiffany Berg and Matthew Linaggio. All right. And I also want to thank our media specialist here, which, one of the reasons that we are able to, we are streaming this live, and they will be editing it, and for all of the audio-visual setup, Thomas Milburn and Laura Trenser. Thanks a lot. And then I can't say enough about the School of Arts and Sciences. I know that a lot of people come from universities and they say, well, we can't get the university to do this and we can't get the university to do that. But the School of Arts and Sciences, and you'll hear a minute from the Dean of the Humanities, Jimmy Swinson, but they have provided the moolah for this conference, and I thank them enormously. And even at times when we've gone over budget, which this conference did, and I had to go to the Rutgers 250 committee because Rutgers is celebrating its 250th anniversary. They came through as well, and I just, without quarrel, without me having to get on my knees and beg. It's just been enormous, and I do think that this will, in the end, this will make Rutgers shine as it should. but I want to thank them. I want to thank the Center for Race and Ethnicity, the Paul Robeson Cultural Center, the Department of Women and Gender Studies, the Institute for Research on Women, and the Rutgers Center for Historical Analysis for providing money and support. Centers around the campus also contributed enormously to this. Do you guys want to say something?
You told us we were going to say something.
You did?
The thing I love about people who are bosses is when they're like, I'm just letting you volunteer to do this. But I'm like, if you told me to say something, I'm going to say something. You're Deborah Gray White, who is the person I want to thank most of all for bringing this to fruition, who is, I don't know, many of you who live in the academy and who work in the academy, you know that people don't have to be generous. And many times they are not generous. And when I started my career in 2003, I never saw something like this happening to me. Like, I didn't see it. But Deborah was like, whatever you want to do, like literally every time we would talk about something, we would be talking about algorithms. And she's like, I don't know what an algorithm is, but if you say it's important, we will be talking about it there. Like it did not matter. She did not say no to anything. And that made it so much fun for me and Brittany, and then so much more empowering for us. And so she is a model for the kind of people we want to be. I have also a new goal after yesterday, which is I would like to stand up and say my name like Darlene Clark Hine, and I want the whole room to applaud. I didn't know that was a thing that could happen, and now it's like, now that I do, I will insist. Maybe I'll make my class do it on Monday. I don't know. But in so many ways, I've been fulfilled by the last 24 hours. I told you this has been a great month for me, and this is a great way to end out the month. And I just thank you all for coming. And the people who have worked with us have just been wonderful. And so thank you so much for helping us make this happen.
I'm deferring to my senior colleagues, both of you.
Oh, right. That's right. Oh, also, somebody lost this yesterday. I've been walking around with it, hoping you would see it. But so if anybody recognizes this notebook, come get it.
I would just like to say that last night when I got back to my hotel room, I was buzzing. Like, I was misbehaving, staying up late, reading through all kinds of Twitter feeds. Like, yesterday was brilliant, and I'm just so thankful to all of you for being a part of this. Thank you to all the participants. It's been lovely working with you because, you know, you lot are all very different people, and I was a little nervous about working with people that have lots of different personalities, but you've all been great, and you've made this such a joy to be a part of. Thank you to our attendees, to our online audience, national and international. Yeah, this is great, and thank you so much. Again, thank you to Dr. Deborah Gray White for, as I said yesterday, being my coach, because you really are. Thank you to Dr. Brittany Cooper and to Dr. Menly Price for just making it such a joy to be a part of this Digital Blackness team. Keep it black. Yeah.
All right.
So I'd like to say just another word, and before I introduce the Dean of Humanities, Dr. Swenson. A couple of years ago, the School of Arts and Sciences, bestowed on me many, many gifts. And one of them was the ability to do a conference every other year. And every single year when I've said, well, I want to do this or I want to do that, they have just said, all right, go ahead, let's do it. And if, the money, if it's run over in terms of, and I needed to fold over some of the money because I didn't quite get it done in 2 years, they said, all right. And so from the School of Arts and Sciences, I'd like to introduce our Humanities Dean, who, has taken an interest in digital humanities, but he is here this morning to welcome us. Jimmy Swenson.
Good morning. It's a very great pleasure to welcome you here for this second morning on behalf of the School of Arts and Sciences. Sometimes people think that deans actually get to make a lot of decisions. Deans make a very small number of decisions in a lot of ways. what we mostly get to do is to say yes or no. Right? And what I want to say about this event and our conference organizers and what we're here for is that this is one of the sorts of occasions when it's a very, very great pleasure and very, very great honor to be able to just say yes. This is a field that is very, very important to our institutional identity here at Rutgers. It matters a lot to us that we have very strong faculty in African American studies. It's very clear from the reference that Deborah made earlier to the way in which this event has been followed on Twitter, that the particular subject of this conference is extremely timely and important, and we're really, really happy to be able to participate in this moment. I'd particularly like to thank the faculty and Keisha who organized this conference, and most of all, Deborah, for her leadership, which is incredibly important, not only for this event, but for everything that we do here at Rutgers. Thank you all for being here.
Good morning, folks. Turn up. That's right. Let's do it. Okay. Let's get digital. Okay, no. It's my great pleasure to introduce this morning panel. So I'm just going to introduce the moderator, who is also known as my wonder twin, also known as Dr. Susanna Morris, my co-conspirator in all things digital Black feminism and various other kinds of fun, crunk fun as well. And so this is Dr. Susanna Morris. She's a professor at Auburn University, associate professor of English, and my co-founder of the Crunk Feminist Collective. She is a moderator and presenter on this panel. She will introduce the other panelists. And the final panelist, Zerlina Maxwell, is on her way, but we all know that NJ Transit, and if you don't know, NJ Transit is terrible. And so she is stuck in transit, but will be here shortly. So let's welcome you guys.
Thank you for that introduction, Brittany. I don't know if this is on. Is it on? Okay. Y'all can hear me? Awesome. So to my left, I have Dr. Treva Lindsay, Assistant Professor of Women's Studies, Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies at Ohio State University, and also Dr. Tamara Lomax, co-founder of The Feminist Wire, and as Brittany said earlier, en route, Zerlina Maxwell. So I guess we can go in the order of the materials here, so if you want to start.
Good morning. So I'm going to pull up the site just so, I'm not really going to go through the site, I'm just going to pull it up so that it's in the background. I'm trying to pull up the Feminist Wire. I think I got it. It should be okay. At the beginning. Okay. Okay. First and foremost, I want to thank Dr. Cooper and Dr. White and Dr. Price and everyone else who participated in this work. And I want to thank, so I'm a part of the Black church tradition where we just kind of start off with that, but I actually want to thank them because I really do think that this work this weekend is extremely innovative, particularly in light of constructing controlling, not with borders, but creating an archive of Black folks' work. So I just think that this is extremely innovative, and particularly in thinking about Black digital space within the realm of Black cultural studies and Black feminist studies. So that's extremely innovative, so thank you for this work. All right, so one of the guiding questions for me that I do this work and founded the Feminist Wire on is Stuart Hall, cultural theorist. He raised a question in his essay in 2009. The essay is, what is this Black and Black popular culture? He asked, what sort of moment is this? And that moment is very, very critical. What sort of moment is this? For Hall, the moment is a postmodern moment, and we're still in the same moment. The moment is a postmodern moment where we see the centralization of popular culture with Black vernacular popular forms like being explosive, but it's also, he argues, a conjunctural moment. Meaning the conjunctural moment, we're in a moment of old and new meaning making. So the old ideas of the early years are still present, but we're also making new meaning, right? But the moment is also a moment of old and new media, he argues. And what Hall in this moment is pushing against is specifically Black hegemony, so ideas of what Blackness is amongst Black cultural producers. He's pushing against that because he feels that Blackness is limited. And so he's arguing for new interpretive space. This is important because this is the moment, then, that the Feminist Wire is founded in. It is founded within this moment of conjuncturalism, of new media, and of the centralization of popular culture. And so that is what frames what we do and how we do the work that we do, and also my vision for how I think the work should continue on. So it's interesting, I pull up the site, and you probably don't think that it's founded by two Black feminists, right? So I mean, just by looking at it. But it is. It is founded by two Black feminists. It's funny because even after all these years, Feminist Wire was founded in 2011 by Hortense Spillers and myself. I was her doctoral student. She was my fifth reader. And we were spending the summer going through all of her essays and the layers within her essays. And one of the essays that we happened upon, or that we came upon, was an essay called, it's a less read essay called Changing the Letter. And Changing the Letter is where she really constructs this theory about how if one is situated towards history in a particular kinds of way, they can change the narrative. And so really that's the work of digital media, where we get to change the narrative. Changing the Letter ended up being the name of my dissertation, and really the theory that undergirds the work at the Feminist Wire. And so again, we're founded in this moment. The Feminist Wire is founded by two Black feminists, and this matters. It matters that it is founded by two Black feminists who are rooted in Black studies, who are rooted in Black feminist studies, who are rooted in Black feminist cultural studies, and who are also rooted in Black religious studies. For me specifically, but also a lot of folks don't know this about Hortense, is that her dissertation was actually on religion, right? So this matters, these worlds matter. And I'm thinking also about Mara's talk last night and how she kept referring back to, in between, she talked about Black women, popular culture, and she kept talking about the Black church. And so there is this constant merging, right, of this space. And so it matters. The vision for the Feminist Wire is that the Feminist Wire be feminist, of course, anti-racist, and anti-imperialist space, made up of by a surplus of outsiders who unapologetically change the letter of the social landscape. So the Feminist Wire, we're all different. We're all different. None of us are the same. What we did is we, like Hall, we created or we pushed for new interpretive space. And so folks are always asking, well, your work is so intersectional. How did you get here? Well, it matters that we were founded by two Black women and not two white women. It matters that we were founded by two Black feminists and not two white feminists. Yes. It matters because it makes this work explicitly interventive. It matters because we understand this work, regardless of who is writing for us or who is in the Feminist Wire collective or who sends us an essay. It matters that it was founded by two Black feminists because if you are to appear on the site, your work then must be grounded in some way in Black feminist radical politics. It matters. right? But it also matters because we understand ourselves to be working within the footsteps of Sojourner, Harriet Kahumbai, Angela, Tony, Audrey, and June. It matters because when we do work, they're our first level of accountability. We're not writing for clicks. We're not writing for even money, even though we're always broke and we need money. And so there's a conversation that needs to happen around that. While we can't get paid for this work, but yet this work is deeply rooted within the Black feminist foremothers who also didn't get paid for their work. They died, many of them died broke, right? So there's something to that, right? But yet this work is being utilized. So it matters. It matters that that's our first level of accountability. And so with those foremothers being our first level of accountability, that means that the work is always intersectional. It is always liberative. It is always self-reflective. It is always has a goal towards healing, and is always multi-positioned. And so we're writing for freedom. This is the third shift, we like to call it, maybe the fourth shift. And is a labor of love. And the goal, though, of this work, because it is rooted in Black feminist radical politics, the goal of this work is to do what Toni Cade Bambara tells us, and that is to do the painful work of dumping the shit, she says, and the social, political, spiritual struggling through deep waters. That's the work that we do. We are writing to transformative music that they already wrote. That's what makes us different. That's our niche. And so we're all intersectional, we're all very different. So because we're all different, the work that we produce is different, but because we were founded by two Black feminists, that we're all different, and that work is differently situated from the margins, though. It is always situated from the margins. It's not just about a feminist Black feminist digital space isn't just about taking up space, right? Just because I'm a woman and I'm Black and I'm on the web. For me, it's not. It is very much about building upon the work of the foremothers. So building upon an archive that is accountable to them and the community. But it is also about developing a deep sense of understanding. And for me, it's about a deep sense of call, right? So this work is spiritual work for me. When I go to the computer, so a lot of folks don't know this about me. So I'm trained in 3 fields. I was trained in religion, study of religion, African-American studies, and women and gender studies. But my first point of contact is through religion. So when I enter into this space, this is sacred desk for me. So it's the same as when I'm at my computer and I'm visioning the Feminist Wire, when we're looking at essays, when we're deciding on what gets published and what does not, when we're doing a peer review. This is spiritual work for me, right? So that is very important. It's important for me to create a space that not only creates a space embodied by intersectional politics and a space that is radical, but a space that is meaningful. It's very important. So we're always trying to get at deep meaning and understanding. And so when we get a piece, we're constantly asking, well, does this piece add to the conversation? We're not interested in pieces that we're like, oh, this is going to be popular. Ooh, a lot of people are going to, check for us. That's not what we're looking for. It's just not. We're looking for pieces that will push the conversation and deepen meaning in some kind of way. And that's not always hot or popular, but that's the work that we are called to do. Black feminist digital space is revolutionary, though. It is revolutionary, historically meaning-making in terms of race, sex, sexuality, and identity was produced by a select few, old media, right? So old media was controlled by white folks, particularly white men. And so old media, meaning travel logs, art, science, theology, poetry, medicine, they limited the discourse on who Black folks in the diaspora are and were. The 20th century, we see a shift. We see a shift toward new media, but even with new media, television, filmmaking, and all of that, it's still limited to a few white voices. Simultaneously, though, we see a shift with feminism. So we see there's one shift, there's this one line of thought in terms of meaning-making, in terms of race, sex, gender, and sexuality. But then simultaneously, there is this line of thought that's developing in terms of feminism. And so feminism is being not only thought as an idea and talked about in small groups, it's also being produced in terms of matter, printed matter. So there's this development, right, of printed matter and also pop culture. And so with the development of printed matter, all of this is about producing ideas and control over who gets to produce knowledge. right? And so the 20th century, we see this shift. We have the white media moguls, they're still producing meaning, but we also see, simultaneously, we see white feminists, right, follow in the footsteps of their foremothers. And so they're also gaining a place at the table, but they're excluding race and racism simultaneously. And this is important because we then see this in the 1990s when there is this explosion. There's this explosion of digital space that's now democratized. But white feminists, again, are still, again, following the footsteps of their foremothers. And then we have others who are just leaving black women out. So either you have folks leaving black folks out, but then you have everybody leaving out black women. So then it's up to black women to shift the narrative. I also want to mention simultaneously you see this explosion, the later 20th century, and it matters, of women's studies programs, right? And so women's studies, so you have the production of knowledge around feminism being limited to not only printed matter, but now to kind of this production of knowledge that's institutionalized. Well, that's also very white. And then in the 90s, you see simultaneously this shift that happens where we see the naming changes, and it's not just women's studies, it's women, gender, and sexuality studies. And so with that, again, we see race being left out. And so the feminist wire comes in at a time where it says, we're going to include race, we're gonna all be different, we're gonna model what we'd like to see. And in modeling what we like to see, we're gonna make it clear that race and discourses on racism go hand in hand with our feminism and imperialism. Like we anti-imperialism, we cannot do feminism unless it includes those things. I'm out of time, but I just wanted to just make a quick point about the significance about this digitized space and how it does absolutely level the playing field and democratizes and decentralizes meaning making in ways that I think are very important. And we kind of broached this last night, and I don't know if we can return to it, but it reminds me of kind of the limitations though. So there's now this space where everybody gets a seat at the table, and that seat looks very differently, and so it's no longer talking about feminism or talking about black women is not just limited to academic or kind of selective spaces. And so I'm thinking about the discussion we had last night about sorority sisters, and someone mentioned how, the kind of limitation, so you see this, folks resisting the show, right, and getting the show off television. I'm not sure that that's always a good thing, and I'm a member of a sorority, right? So that happens also with digital media. There's more space for everyone, but there's also more room to control the narrative, and I'm not sure that that's always the work that we want to do. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. All right. Thank you to Drs. Deborah Gray White, Brittany Cooper, Melanie Price, and Keisha for all of your work on this. I'm sitting here taking notes vigorously, trying to tweet and prepare some remarks. So thank you all for being here. I look forward to kind of the discussion that I hope we have after the panel and the kind of question and answer period. So I brought up the question, as I often do, over drinks and dinner, good friends, last night about what I should talk about today. And the best ideas I often feel are honed in collective spaces anyway. The best kind of work as kind of my Black feminist praxis is believing in the power of collaboration. And often institutions, such as the Academy, really don't encourage as much collaborative work as we like to think about. You are prized on your individual accomplishments. Your CV is about what articles you produce, what book you produce. And I think we have to be very deliberate and intentional as people claiming a Black feminist praxis to really trumpet the importance of collective work, collective engagement, and what it means to think about our thought processes and our praxis together in community. And I think at its best, Black feminism is always a communal project, which means we're accountable to those communities, but we're also thinking about building on the work of each other consistently and ethically. And so one of the things that came up about this is, what does it mean to be in the digital era? This is something that my colleague Brittany Cooper brought up, that we're in a digital era. So what does it mean to do work in this digital era, which doesn't necessarily mean that I consider myself a digital humanist, a digital feminist, or any of these things, but am recognizing the moment that we're in, being attentive to this particular historical moment, and figuring out what the lay of the land is, which is seemingly always shifting, riffing, and moving. And crafting that work for me as a Black feminist in particular means thinking about the ways in which I can engage the space and create an ethics in this era of how we do the work that we do. And ethical considerations are always central to how I think about Black feminist praxis. How do I do this well? Love is an accountability praxis. Love is also as a justice praxis. So you cannot have love without justice and justice without love. And so as a Black feminist, keeping that central to this. And thinking about the ways in which online, quite often Black feminism is seen as this kind of battleground space where we battle representations about ourselves, where we battle about not being seen in particular kinds of ways, we battle being hyper seen in other kinds of ways, and we're really contesting. There's a lot of work that surrounds contesting and pushing against, recreating narratives, rewriting narratives, revising history, creating history. We're sitting in the room with the architects of Black women's history, right? That kind of work being done and seeing that battleground. And that is a fraught territory. That is not easy work. To go back to our archives and document the trauma, to document the pain, to document these things is really significant. And to create and say, this is ours and these are our stories. On the flip side of that, I'm also invested in this idea of the Black feminist playground. Right, that so much of our work is deeply tethered to this idea of our trauma, of our pain, and contesting. And when do we get to engage in this complexity that we're talking about, the fullness of Black humanity, if we're not allowed to play as well? So thinking about what the online space offers in terms of crafting both a Black feminist battleground that we establish the terms by which we reach into our arsenal and deploy and blow shit up that needs to be blown up. And then thinking about it as the playground, as a space where we get to go and tweet about scandal and tweet about being Mary Jane and create amazing kind of Black Twitter moments, which largely in its inception, Black Twitter as a Black feminist space in many ways, that the clapback that is really created in many ways through Black Twitter and Black women's voices to play and to articulate our terms of play that is unabashed, that recognizes that it's never going to be safe doing this work, but Black feminists have always been brave. And so if we think about that in terms of brave space, I think the online space of both the battleground and the playground allow for us to think through new tools and new ways in which we can be brave. But in this brave space of battling on both the battleground and playing on the playground, we recognize in this that we have to think about what are the ethics by which we engage this. How do we hold each other accountable while also recognizing the various kinds of violence that are very much so present in these spaces that we play and battle in? And I think for a lot of us, and for me in particular, that kind of work in the online space really shifted on August 9th, 2014. With the death of Michael Brown and the viewing of the body and the way in which I found out about it, I was actually out of the country at the time, and Twitter became the way that I was seeing this unfold, seeing the images of his body laying, seeing what subsequently would happen with the Ferguson uprising and the connections that people were making all over the world, right? How to respond to tear gas, right? That was coming from places from outside of the United States, particularly from Palestine, right? That protesters were getting this kind of information and thinking about how do I engage this moment when all I feel like I have in this moment is my rage and my anger, and where can I place that, and where can I be in community to mourn, to love, to be angry, to think about strategy. And the next part of that work was, okay, I'm now going to be part of this community that's traveling to Ferguson and organizing, which largely happened online. To get the kind of freedom rides down to Ferguson, to be in support and to be in solidarity with that community. And This also meant that even though I was looking at this violence, in particular around, at that moment, a 18-year-old unarmed Black male, that I was deeply concerned about what this also meant for Black women and girls, who not only were on the front lines of this movement and really some of the leading voices online regarding what was happening, but were also people who were being victims of state and state-sanctioned violence that were really, in many ways, not making it into the popular discourse. So even though we knew that once every 28 hours, a Black person was killed, right, by police or vigilante, I started to see retweets where it would say 1 every 28 hours, a Black man is killed. And I saw that happening in real time and thinking about how do we online begin to correct this, tweeting hashtags of women we had known. And in this moment, again, it becomes the battleground. And even though it became a battleground within our community to talk about whose names do we need to lift up, what stories do we need to engage, how do we talk about sites of violation against non-cisgender Black male bodies in this space. And more formatively for me, what then shifted how I thought about how I could use the online platform was really the case of Daniel Holtzclaw. And at the time in 2014, when the story first kind of really starts to break, it was 6 women who had come forward. And I was determined to kind of tweet about it, write about it as much as possible, incorporate it into my journal articles, but knowing, as we do, as those of us in the room who are academics, you can publish or write something in 2013 and it may not appear till 2017 in print, and that doesn't respond with the immediacy, the exigency, or the urgency of the ways in which Black violation is a daily, hourly, secondly experienced thing. And so the online space became a way to say, okay, let's keep talking about this case. Let's keep talking about these women. Let's talk about the 60,000 African American women that are missing right now in the United States. Let's talk about, in July 2015, 6 Black women dying in police custody, right? In addition to Sandra Bland, right? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about Rakia. Let's talk about Tarika. Let's talk about Tanisha Anderson, right? Let's talk about these cases. And let's talk about them in ways that we actually start to talk about both their lives and the circumstances by which Black women and girls, and indeed trans women and girls and trans people find themselves, right, at the hands of the state in this particular way. And so I noticed that part of my work then became this interesting balance between tweeting about scandal on one hand and tweeting about state-sanctioned violence against Black women, girls, and trans folks, which is a really interesting thing to balance in the context of following me as an online person, right? Like what you might expect. So if you catch me on a Thursday night, it could be something real different, right? I could be sitting here wondering, is that dress that Liv has on Neiman Marcus still, right? You might see that as one part of, and that's the playground. And sometimes, not even sometimes, it is necessary to have the playground to survive what we're under attack from. Yes. It is necessary to have those spaces. But in that moment, you also get that Thursday night, another name might pop up on my feed. And I always have to question or interrogate, do I go look up this hashtag? Am I prepared emotionally to do this work? Will there be a video attached? Because the spectacle of Black death has become ubiquitous in our framings. It's just on Facebook, it's on social media, it's everywhere. And so do I want to search this hashtag? Do I want to engage this conversation? And I note that I more often, when I hear as a trans sister or a sister who I know is not going to traffic in the same way that others do, I'm more inclined to retweet, find out the story, and begin to try and tell a narrative around that. And some of this comes in instances where we're witnessing the violence through social media and viral videos. So the assault at Spring Valley High, right? It's, to this day, in terms of tweets, is the tweet that I had most retweeted out of any of my retweets I've ever done, and about 2,000 retweets. And I was just like, if you are trying to justify this video, right, we are not in the same conversation about justice or love. And I want that to be clear. Right, and what that meant for people to see that and to not attach the video to that, to not reproduce the archive of Black pain, but reproduce the archive of Black rage, Black resistance, right? And indicating to myself that I was not going to participate in a particular kind of archiving that did not allow for that Black girl's humanity to still be held closely. Right, which meant that for me, I could not engage in that retweeting. It also meant continuing to write pieces about Daniel Holtzclaw and his victims, right? Getting to write in online spaces to help contribute to that conversation, because it seemed like so few people cared about those women. Eventually, the story picks up in a particular kind of way. But it was sad that in November, when I first wrote a piece about it, right, it was one of the pieces that was one of like about 5 or 6 pieces that even existed about a man who is a serial rapist with 13 known victims, 13 known Black victims, from 17 to 57. That wasn't yet a blip on the radar, but became a conversation that we needed to have, and following that story and creating online space and to be able to do that. And to be able to write about her. So I had another article where I wrote about Daniel Holtzclaw that probably will just come out in the fall, but having that online space and being able to be responsive and accountable to the very communities that we're talking about is so important in terms of reshaping and reframing the battleground. And realizing for me that the Black feminist battleground at this moment for me is one that is not only tethered to the notions of survival, but tethered to the ideas of living and thriving as Black women, as Black gender nonconforming, as Black trans folks. It is centering the 20+ trans women of color who were killed last year. It is centering women who die in police custody. It is centering mass incarceration and its particular kinds of impact on communities and thinking through that. It is centering intraracial community violence when we tend to only think about this in homosocial male ways, but thinking about the Black women who have died at the hands of intimate and community violence, right? These are the kinds of things that I think the battleground must engage. And to survive doing that kind of work was extraordinarily painful. Painful work means that the playground is something I deserve, that we deserve, that we get to create and set the terms for, to allow ourselves to love ourselves fully through these moments in which we're constantly battling against the world that does not love us, that does not want us here, that in many ways is fighting against our very survival, let alone us living and thriving. And so for me, thinking about digital Black feminism means balancing these two things, which at certain times one will maybe be more salient than the other in terms of the way in which I'm engaging the world. But I'm also thinking about the ways in which being a Black woman in this world is something I love deeply, and love being that in a community with other people. And I understand these battles as part of that work, but also understanding that that playground is where I commune, understand, love more deeply, love more fiercely, and can handle and hold Black women warmly. Thank you.
I'll go next. Hard to follow that, though. Thanks, Treva. No, that was awesome. I'll talk a little bit about the Crunk Feminist Collective and how we came to be, and our part in the landscape of digital Black feminism. So the CFC started as a group of friends that supported one another in graduate school. Like, we were an actual collective that met at each other's houses. Like, if you come to my house, you'll see a picture of me at Brittany's house, circa 2005, looking a little careworn because I was in grad school and I had sweatpants on. And fast forward to 2010, we thought, you know, the collective had kind of dissolved, not out of any trouble, but just, you know, people going into different paths. And we were both academics. We were both living in Alabama. And I can speak specifically for myself. I was extremely isolated and depressed. Like, that depression was real. That tenure track grind, being the only Black person in my department, doing all the Black stuff, all the Black students coming to my office. And I was online looking at different blogs, you know, involved in online communities and so on, but I just really felt isolated. And I remember talking to Brittany about that. and saying kind of flippantly, like, we should revive the CFC, you know, that would be fun. And Brittany is really the reason why the CFC restarted, because she took my flippant comment seriously, right? And like that call for help seriously, that we're in these academic silos, or we're in these activist silos, right? Particularly if you are working, you know, in that nonprofit industrial complex, right? Where you might have to be devoted to a particular issue, and you might feel isolated even in that, right? Or working whatever kind of job. Like, there's just a lot of isolation out there for Black women, right? That we don't always talk about. And so the CFC wasn't born out of desperation, but it was born out of a great need, right? A need to connect, to reconnect, to be in community. And that the digital space was a space that allowed us to reconnect with one another. Even though we lived in the same state, we weren't really that close physically, right? And we wanted to be in conversation with people who were in Atlanta or New York or LA or what have you. And we didn't have any money. So we thought, like, how are we gonna do this? Well, we can get a blog. A blog is free, you know? We can have these conversations. We can invite a bunch of dope people together and have these conversations with one another, right? And I think that in an era of, going back to what Tamara was saying about clicks and likes and all this kind of stuff, that can get lost, right? Like, there's still an efficacy in just coming together with friends, you know, that medium between the battleground and the playground, which is a concept I just love. We were searching for that ground, right, where we could move out of our professional silos and have conversations about things that were important to us. They might be, quote, academic, or they might be things that we work on in our activist 9-to-5s. But we also wanted to be able to talk about pop culture. And I have a PhD in English, right? And I'm a Morrison scholar, or have been a Morrison scholar in a previous life, right? So every time you write about something in my background, in my field, you have to cite 20 people who said it before your idea can even be valid, right? Not that you're saying someone has said it, it's just that I actually can be in the conversation because I've read these other things and I can only talk about these particular things. And so it was a way to find a voice and a community where, in a time when I just felt so isolated, and I still sometimes feel isolated. We have 2 people in my department now that are Black, me and another sister. So we have doubled the quotient. Amen, amen. But oftentimes that isolation is there. So the Crunk Feminist Collective was really about having sisterhood and having community. And so I think, when I think about digital Black feminism, I think that it can be defined in so many different ways, but my entry point to that was really about community and really about fellowship. And it's not always pretty, it's not always easy, but it's real, it's authentic, it's challenging, it has helped me grow. And I feel honored to be a part of a particular kind of space where so many Black women, cis and trans, queer and straight, gender nonconforming, non-binary, have brought our voices to the table, right? I mean, the online space is not completely democratic, but I have found it to be egalitarian in a way that I found no other space. Right? And I think that that's particularly significant, and we have to put that in the archive, right? That there's ways in which so many different types of people have been able to come to the table, and I just don't see that in other spaces. Like, I don't see that in the academy writ large. I don't see that in, you know, activist spaces necessarily. It's a lot of Black women doing work and not necessarily getting credit for it. And of course that happens in digital spaces as well, but just to be able to share all of our thoughts in this particular kind of way has been significant. The other thing, too, I think, is, as an academic in particular, being in a space where I get to always learn a new thing, which might seem like, well, aren't you a professor? Don't you learn new things all the time? Quiet as it's kept, oftentimes you're talking about the same stuff over and over, right? And there's not really room for innovation. So I think that this online space has been the space for innovation in a particular kind of way. I don't want to belabor the point, so one thing I'll also say is I want to piggyback on what Treva was saying in terms of like pleasure and joy. That was one thing I think that we really emphasized in the inception of the CFC. Like, so much of the work in 2010 for me, I was in the middle of, I guess 3 years into my tenure track position, and I was having a really hard time. Like, I wasn't really getting published much. Like, it was hard to get these articles out. My book was kind of in a weird place. It was just like things didn't, I was like, I'm trying to get it in and I'm trying to, make a way, and it's not really working, right? But it was a place and continues to be a place where I could share a story, or I could read somebody else's story and receive so much pleasure and joy and affirmation, right? And for that online space to be not always a safe space, right, but a place where there could just be fun, right? The inception of this, as Sherry was talking last night about the Twitterverse and the ways in which we engage, I mean, it's just so much fun, or can be, in these particular kinds of moments. I never knew that I could have that kind of community just engaging in popular culture. I felt like I was like off to the side listening to my stuff alone, right? So I don't think that can be, it's not a small point actually, right? That Black women can find joy publicly and be unabashed in that joy. Of course, there's a lot of backlash, right? But I think that for that space to have been opened in a particular sort of way and remain open, it's a therapeutic space, right? Like, it's a playground, but it's also like this site of healing, right? And so I'm so glad that we have this space today at Rutgers to talk about that. And so I look forward to the conversation that we can have. So I'll end there.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. My name is Zerlina Maxwell, and I am in a new position now, but I'll just talk a little bit about how I got there, because in many ways, panels like this one about digital spaces, I've been on a lot of them, but the conversation has evolved in the time that I've been doing them. And so, if you asked me 2 years ago to explain how Twitter is going to change the world, I would get skeptical looks, and people would say, I mean, it's just tweeting, it's slacktivism, it's not real, it won't actually make real change in the actual world. I don't think that I have to make that argument today. And that, I mean, as I was sitting here thinking about that, I was smiling on the inside, because I think that's sort of revolutionary in and of itself, because I remember 2 years ago, before Ferguson, making an argument on a panel about how young people are going to use Twitter as a tool to change the world, and I was told that, well, young people don't really know how to protest, and we really know how to do it, and back in the day, and you're not really going to leave the laptop. And so I just love that we're in this moment where that's just no longer the case, and I think we're all on the page of that digital tools can revolutionize the actual world in real time. One of the things that I wanted to sort of begin with was just talking about how I got to my current role, which is the Progressive Outreach Director for Hillary for America. And I came to it sort of in a roundabout way, in that I started in journalism, but I started when I was in law school. So it was something that I did sort of in the third or fourth shift. And it was because I needed, one, a space to feel connection to other people, but also a space to sort of talk about feminism, talk about personal stories, and really try to connect with people even if I wasn't in the same physical space. And I believe digital tools are a way to do that, but I don't stop at that. I like to meet people in real life and talk to them and share space and conversation with them in real life. But one of the things that I realized as I first joined Twitter in 2009, it was during the Green Revolution in Iran. And I was completely in awe of just the fact that I was able to witness, even in a small way, something happening on the other side of the world. And it's not that the internet hadn't already sort of done that for us for a decade or more, but it seemed to be just another level of connecting to things that were happening so far away from me, but also because it's people that are making the conversations happen in those places and then bringing it back to us here in the United States. And so for me, I saw that as, oh wait, Twitter is a tool. It's just a tool. It's not everything, but it's a tool to connect me to someone else who has the same values that I do, wherever they might live. And then from there, I also started doing talks and workshops on how to use social media as a tool to change really what was going on in the world, and I did one for students in the West Bank, and this is actually right after the Green Revolution in Iran, and a lot of the questions were, well, how can we make that happen here? How can we try to use these tools to change our real life lived situation here? And you evolve from there. So I think for me, digital spaces are just a tool to connect me to someone else. And I want to have that offline engagement. I'm really big on the offline piece of it. I don't think we should ever stop at the online engagement. How did I get to the presidential campaign, and why would I choose to leave journalism and do that? Because Black girls are going to win the election, no matter who is elected. And so I felt it an important moment to not only infiltrate is a word that I like to use a lot, but try to get involved in any way I can, but also be effective and be in the space when the decisions are being made. So if the next president is talking about Black women, I want to be involved in cultivating, creating that conversation, because that mouthpiece, whoever that is going to be really powerful and directly impact people's lives who look just like me, and who don't have the same exact lived experiences that I do, but whose lives I feel a connection to and a responsibility to do whatever I can to make it better. And so for me, on the campaign, literally my job is to figure out ways to use digital tools to try to communicate a message that actually resonates with people who look like me. And sometimes when I talk about my job on the campaign, folks give me like sort of a shocked look, like, Black feminists work for Hillary? Yes, and actually I'm sort of part of a long line of Black women and another generation of Black women who are a part of sort of the Clinton sphere. I mean, the more that I learn about the women who came before me, the Donna Brazils, the Mignon Moores, the Maggie Williams of the world, Alexis Hermans of the world, I feel a part of a legacy, but I also know that that's really funny. I was like, what's happening? The more that I realize and learn about that legacy, I feel a responsibility not only to live up to that legacy, but also create a space for the Black women, the young Black women and women of color coming behind me, and trying to make a path for them to have access to power, because digital tools are going to get us in there. I mean, I'm not in there because I'm Black. I'm in there because I'm effectively able to demonstrate that digital tools actually can change people's minds. But that's only sort of the first step. Because while it's true that Black women are overrepresented in social media spaces, and we actually create the conversation, we made Scandal a hit, we made How to Get Away with Murder a hit, because we are overrepresented in these spaces and actually creating culture, making culture, and changing people's minds on important issues as well. It's important that we also have access to the seats of power. And so I think digital tools are a way for us to have access to those spaces. And I think that while the playground that Treva was talking about is so crucial, because I think that what makes Twitter powerful is that there really are people behind it. So while I am tweeting about rape culture, I am tweeting about Scandal, I'm also tweeting about Game of Thrones, which is a little connected to rape culture, I imagine, if you think about it, right? But I can tweet about Game of Thrones on Sunday night and then, break down why it's rape culture on Monday. That's the way you can sort of do it. But honestly, I think it's about being authentic in that space, and I can't think of a more authentic state of being than being Black in this country, because you're dealing with so much on so many different levels, and the fact that you can have both the playground, like she said, and the battleground, and still wake up every day and try to make a difference in your world, in your reality. I think that using digital tools to be able to do that, I think that that's the future. I think that this moment is so exciting because I had been saying it, and I wasn't the only one saying it, but I hated the term slacktivism for so long because I felt that it did everyone a disservice, because I don't think anybody was arguing that we're going to do the revolution via Twitter. I think that what many people are arguing is we're going to use Twitter as a tool to connect ourselves to other people who were then going to do real things in the real world. And so I think that digital tools are continuing to change the lived experiences and realities for people. And I hope to continue to be a part of that in this current role, but also even beyond that. And so I'll leave it there just because I know that we want Q&A. But thank you so much.
All right, so we have quite a bit of time left for questions. So I think people are going around with mics. I'll call on people. There's somebody down here. What's a mic?
Hi, good morning. My name is Raven Mirage. I'm from the University of Iowa. And shout out Mizzou. Trebo is my master's, on my committee. Anyway, thank you all. Really, really thank you for such a powerful talk. I have two questions, and you can choose to get back to the second one just to give other people time. My first question is one I tweeted. Dr. Lindsay, you talked about the importance of naming women, which we've heard, of course, with Say Her Name and the Spring Valley High School student. I'm wondering how we can name these women and girls, and Black women and girls, while at the same time honoring perhaps their victimhood and honoring, I gave the example on Twitter of underage girls, right? So I'm wondering how we can honor them and respect them, like both legally and you talked about ethically, while also giving them the space to be human and named. My second question can go to the whole panel, but Dr. Lindsay, you also talked about the immediacy of the online world versus journal articles and books in academia, which I thought was so important. Is there a way, however, I was thinking about the misinformation with Ferguson, with Darren Wilson and the wrong police officer being named at first, or maybe that was just my Twitter, but it definitely was there. And so I'm thinking about the misinformation of the immediacy of Twitter or just any online service. Is there a way to marry kind of the theoretical heaviness of journal articles or books with the immediacy of online spaces, if that makes sense?
Great question. Thank you. Raven was in the first class I ever taught as a professor, so this is super exciting. So thank you for those questions. I think we can all probably, it's the second one. To the first one, and protecting, when it comes to underage girls, I actually, when I write, I don't use their names to protect. I mean, even once their names circulate, there are ways that somehow we do know the names of some of these underage girls, which is troubling. To me, there's that tension between how much do we get to know about Black women and Black girls, how do we make something visible or legible, and those aren't necessarily the same thing. I want the violence that Black girls face from the state to be legible so that we can address it in resistance, but I also want their violation and how they're dealing with it. It's not even a privacy concern, but really how we keep them intact. Right. And ethically, for me, I think the consideration is always about trying to ask as many questions and probe as many spaces to make sure that I'm doing it correctly. Which doesn't mean we always get it right. I mean, that's the other thing about the battleground and the playground means you're gonna fall off the swing sometimes. In the battleground, you will get wounded. You will make a strategic move that's not the smartest at times. But I think if we're coming from the intentionality that I love Black girls, and I believe that the other people engaging in this space with me love Black girls too and want us to win, and I believe that that's the intention and the space I'm moving from, that I'm holding that very closely to me as I do the work that I do. And as I see the Black women on this panel, I know in the work that they do that I know fundamentally at the core of this is a love for Black women, Black people, and wanting us to get free. And so I think the ethical concern is I want to be protective. When we found out the 15-year-old name, both the one of the young girl in Texas who was thrown to the ground by the officer, as well as assault at Spring Valley High, and then most recently the resource officer who flipped the young Latina girl over, that we learned her name as well. And it was very disturbing to have their names circulating, people searching them, people making ridiculously inhumane memes about what transpired against them. And so that's when I go into battleground mode and really respond to people using that and telling people this is why you shouldn't use their names. And it gives that immediacy, which goes a little bit into your second question about when misinformation happens. Let's be clear, mainstream media gets it wrong a lot too. Traditional media gets it wrong quite a bit. Twitter was not the only place that misnamed the officer. But I think Twitter can actually correct itself more quickly and does it in a way that I think we hold each other accountable in spaces in ways that mainstream media doesn't necessarily have to. They can just be like, oh, it was Darren Wilson, and there's no apology, there's no kind of engagement with that. And I think that is the power for me of something like social media, that we can be corrective in particular kinds of ways, hold each other accountable, which sometimes can look a little clapbackish and virulent, which I think we need to talk about as well. But I also think that there's a way that, because we're in community and so many of us are reporting and engaging, and those of us who care about what the narrative is and always understanding that multiple stories make it important. Why was it reported that it was this other officer? Why did we get that information? I'm curious about that as well, and then doing the work of unpacking that. One of the biggest times when Maya Hall was killed outside of Baltimore in Fort Meade, at first I was like, Maya Hall was killed in Baltimore, and someone quickly corrected me and let me know, no, actually it was outside of the NSA in Fort Meade, which is a whole nother way of thinking about state violence. And clearly Maya Hall, as a trans woman, was not going to get the same kind of coverage that someone like Freddie Gray did, but it was important for me to correct that narrative, talk about what that means, and then situate her among the numerous trans women of color who've been killed without names, and this one clearly being within the space of state violence. Maya Hall was killed, right? The NSA office outside of Fort Meade. I mean, you don't get more state than that in terms of what that means. And so, but I feel like Twitter was one of the only spaces that got that right.
I want to respond to that also, the second part of the question, if that's okay. The immediacy of writing on the web, right? So the web produces this context where we feel like we have to respond, and we have to respond immediately, and we do, right? We need to. And so that's one of the things that we thought about when founding the Feminist Wire, Hortense and I, was that we did not want the lag time of an academic journal, but we wanted to respond immediately, but we wanted to do it smartly. And I think that there are folks out there and sites out there that are doing that responsible work, not many, right? And who are even to go back and make a correction when there is, right? But even that question goes back to this kind of hierarchy in the production of knowledge, right? Because the internet is moving quickly, and so it's not as scholarly as the academic journal. Well, the academic journal is also behind. I mean, the Feminist Wire was founded at a time where there was a particular crisis against a Black woman. And we chose, mind you, Hortense is, she's probably, I don't know, she's older, and so she's not writing on the web. This is not popular. This is not popular even amongst her peers. And actually, she ended up leaving the project after a year because that was part of the issue. Is like, this is not what second wave Black feminist women are supposed to be doing. So there are a lot of questions around that space and a hierarchy in terms of the production of knowledge. And so I think that we have to be attentive to that. But we didn't want to respond to a crisis that was happening right now in an academic journal because we knew that it wouldn't come out for another 2 years. So then it would be irrelevant. So there has to be a way where we begin to talk about doing this work in between these spheres, in between academia and between the broader public, and doing it in productive ways. One of the ways that we countered this at the Feminist Wire is that we put in place a peer review process. So you will go through multiple readings. Even if I write something as co-founder, I'm going to go through multiple readings, and I'm going to have multiple eyes, and that goes back to what Treva was saying about community and writing in collective community, right? So that we're accountable to the ancestors, but we're also accountable to each other. So that's one thing. But we have to realize that this work, this intellectual work that we're doing in the public, is not far from the work that we're doing within academia and the race to publish. It is publish or perish. So the fact that we're writing immediately and quickly, I think that that needs to be interrogated. Like some of this is about winning and holding our space. Because if you don't speak and you don't write and you don't respond, then you begin to be seen as irrelevant. Well, it's the same thing in academia, right? So that's something that I think that we need to talk about. But the downside of what you mentioned is that we're constantly, there's a race a race to right. And I remember just last point with the unfortunate passing of Prince, I saw a couple of folks post, like, can we just, like, at least 24 hours before we get, because sometimes it's like folks, be on the ready. Like, they're ready to hit send. The moment just happened and we haven't even sat with the moment. So there needs to be the sitting with the moment. We don't always have to race, but there are times when something does need to be said. So we have to find balance there.
Wow, thank you very much. These are most illuminating comments, and I'm touched by all of your presentations in different ways. My question, while you were talking, I couldn't help but make connections between the now and your presentations and what the club women in the late 19th, early 20th century were doing, and the kind of newspapers and publishing activities they had to engage in, and organizing and creating archives and memories and records and some institutional space for the discussion of Black women's lives and engagement in radical transformational politics. And so I keep thinking, is there a tangible space that you all are considering creating? Is there an archive somewhere that will be accessible to future scholars to go? Because there's such an immediacy here, right? Will we be able to build up on what you're doing and connect it with the future generation to advance even more transformative political engagement? But at the same time, we're watching and policing ourselves and connecting and helping and making these contacts. We have to keep at the back of our mind that we're dealing with a very oppressive social, political, economic structure. And they're cueing what you're doing, and they're listening, and policies and practices are already being generated as to how to stop you in track. What other kinds of barriers then can we anticipate fighting? So maybe I'm being too past and too futuristic at this point. And I should just say thank you for what you have done, okay? And that's my comment, and if any response will be, greatly appreciated.
I want to engage what you said really quickly, because part of my talk, I ran out of time, was to say that these Black feminist texts that we're creating online, they're our grandmother's song, they are our ancestors' novels, they're the great-grandmother's sermon, they're the painting, they're the sculpture. We're producing knowledge and community. And then one of the things that we talked about last night, Jessica and I, is that this work must be archived immediately, because, but so there's so many politics around archiving, right? Because you don't want to leave anything out, right? So it has to be something that's done in community and collectively, so that there is something tangible, as you said, that can be passed on, but also so that we can control the narrative. Right? And I don't mean control it so that we keep out the ugly. We include the ugly, but so that the narrative is not taken from us. And that's one of the things that we experience a lot, the feminist wire, where our work is constantly stolen. Our structure is stolen, right? And there's no credit given. And so it's stolen by, it's utilized by big journals. And so sometimes they reach out and say, yeah, we've copied you, or we've copied your name. Do you mind? That's okay. But then sometimes it happens, right, where that doesn't happen. We were very clear in the beginning, when we began, that our structure, so we were the first to kind of do the work that we did, but our structure was modeled after crunk feminists. Well, so that's a narrative that needs to be told, right? And it needs to be told in very tangible ways, and that we also then, as you said, we stand on the shoulders of the club women and women before, like, producing these narratives. Yeah. So I hope that we can see something like that pretty soon.
Yeah, I would like to, Deborah White, Rutgers.
I would like to get back to this question because in some ways, when you talk about, the battle plus the joy, what I know is that, for example, when I look at somebody's CV and they have published online, right now, those things that are published online are not given the weight that the journal articles are given or that the book is given. The books and the journal articles are controlled by gatekeepers.
Yes.
Most of these gatekeepers don't look like us. They don't even think like us. They may not even see the value of what it is we do, even though, we do get it published. I'd just like for you to talk about how you do that balance, because it seems like to me you could be schizoid. I mean, what am I going to write for online? What am I going to write to get tenure? Particularly since so many of us in this room, have either gone through or going through that tenure process. And if I spend this much time doing this, like doing my online stuff, and it's not going to count over here. I mean, I would just like to hear how you balance that. I have the same question for the editors later on, but we are patrolled and controlled by gatekeepers who are who are not in a digital space, who see this space as competition, and who really would like to shut you down. And one way to shut you down is by shutting you out of the journal articles and the published books, so that, you can't even eat.
I'd like to respond to that. For me, it meant having dual careers that I didn't share with others. So I was, writing a lot in the beginning for the CFC, and I didn't tell anybody in my department. At first we wrote under pseudonyms, so I'm Crunkadelic. But, after a while, it was like, oh, that's Susanna, clearly, it wasn't a secret. So I didn't actively hide it, but I didn't say, I'm doing this cool new thing and I'm working with colleagues at the University of Alabama and all these other places. I just was typing away. And I remember at an annual review with my then department chair saying, I'm doing this academic, activist, scholar stuff online. Here it is. And he said, that's nice. And he did not count it towards anything that I did. So it was clear to me I was already in the school of, okay, got to work twice as hard to get half as far. But it was also that the online work was so sustaining and necessary. So I'm not saying that that's what everyone should do, because you have to eat and pay your student loans or whatever, or protect your mental health and all of that. We may not all have the same kind of resources, but it was so imperative for me to do the work that even though it wasn't getting counted in that moment, that I still did it. But there were moments, and Brittany can attest to this, where I just fell back, right, from the online work because I just couldn't juggle it anymore, right? When it was have to get my book out, I have to get tenure, I have to do these things, I just couldn't juggle it well. And at some point it was let me work on the job that pays the rent, because we don't get paid to do the CFC. That's a labor of love. There are no coins involved. So, but I'll say this before I move on. By the time I went up for tenure, I remember, you get the transcript of what people say in the meeting, and I was told that I put the CFC on there just to be this is work that I'm doing, and you should just know that it's happening. I've continued to do it, but I have a book and I have these articles as well, so I've already done the work. And what they said what my colleagues said in the meeting, and I had some supportive colleagues, they said, well, Susanna's the most famous person in the department. And it's not because I'm trying to toot my own horn, but beep, beep, right? It's just... when you go up for tenure, right, one of the things that you have to have is a national reputation if you're going from assistant to associate, right? And I had a national reputation because I did what I was supposed to do, I write the book and, the articles and so on. But had been on NPR and I had been interviewed by these various people and had done this work with the collective. And so I was out there in a particular kind of way. And so now the conversation in the department is quite different. Oh, are you doing online work? That's great. Are you putting the university's name on in a particular kind of way? Like, oh, tell me more. And it's like, oh, you're bringing, oh, you're going to have a conference. Oh, okay. So those kinds of things seem to matter. So I think you're absolutely right in that it starts to shift the discourse, and gatekeepers start to be like, oh, how can I be involved in this, right? So I don't have an answer about how to combat that necessarily, you know what I mean? Like, I haven't been co-opted, but at the same time, going back to Tamara's point about these big companies, and this happened to us at the CFC, we would see our stuff reposted, and I won't name no names, but they're people you've heard of. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, when did blah, blah, blah post our stuff? Did we get paid? We still haven't seen a coin from it, but they were reposting it for clicks and likes and so on. So, you know, it's hard to navigate. So,
a brief response to that, just to say, some of this is, as we said, it's just extra work that we know won't be counted, but it's work that matters to me. As you said, you did it as a survival thing. I think about who I first feel accountable to in the work that I do, and what my intention is being in the spaces that I'm in institutionally. I realized I'm at Ohio State, so we're in the middle of Reclaim OSU right now with our students and with our protests. For me, being present is like, I realized in this moment I felt most accountable to my students as far as OSU concerned, more so than any journal, more so than any publication I was doing, more so than even my book. Right now, as it moves into a certain space, I felt really accountable to being present for my students as they were navigating what it meant to be student protesters, occupying a building, and challenging the institution. I realized I feel most accountable to Black women and girls, and that has many different tentacles. That means I want to have this book out in the world that's about Black women's history and looking at the late 19th, because I think it's important. I think building that our past into this moment is so important while we're thinking about the future, right? So those are all interconnected for me, which means some days it's going to be the book that I'm working on and focused on, because that's important for me to center Black women and girls. Some days that means the piece I'm gonna write for Cosmo about the Daniel Holtzclaw trial, because in that moment, I can't even think beyond survivors. So the Holtzclaw piece ended up doing 225,000 shares. Shares. And so, you know, what that meant to me, one, as a survivor, two, as a Black woman, three, as someone deeply committed to this work around state violence, which is now my next project. The next project of me thinking through that. And so I just look at it in the spaces of who I feel most accountable to in these different moments and doing that work. And that accountability structure has allowed me to think through, which still allows me to get work done, because I think the work we do in the academy matters too. Yeah. Producing the field of Black women's history matters so significantly, right? Producing Black feminist theory matters significantly. So I don't devalue that as well, those institutional, but also thinking in this moment, where do I feel most accountable? And recognizing that that may put me in certain positions that are precarious, unsafe with regards to the institution, but being a Black woman in this nation is precarious and unsafe. And so how do we then navigate that and still continue to do the work that matters most to us? And I recognize that as a privilege in certain ways, having a job with a salary. Not everyone gets to make that choice. And I don't actually care about the institution that much. So that also forwards the ways in which I'm able to move and do the work. I actually not that invested. I'm invested in saving Black women and girls. So.
Hi, my question was for Dr. Lomax. You said at the end of your presentation you spoke about controlling the narrative, and you made a reference to sorority girls and the kind of backlash from digital media to get that off the air. And you said it wasn't necessarily a good thing. And I wanted you to maybe expand on that, because, you know, if people have this power to kind of say, we don't want this image, I wanted to see, like, what your kind of thought behind that might not necessarily being a good thing. I was a little confused about that, so you could expand on that. Thank you.
Well,
So I'm a cultural theorist, right, who does religion and who is interested in Black girls and who is interested in Black folks. And so I'm always concerned about how we control the narrative and how knowledge is being produced. And for me, when knowledge is produced in the world, right, even the work that we do, we then release it to the world. And so in releasing that, we open ourselves up to a variety of readings. So even the setup of the Feminist Wire is about that variety of readings, right? So there's not one way to read an event. And so I felt like with that moment, that folks were saying there's only one way to read this phenomenon. There's only one way to read these organizations. And so I feel like sometimes the internet can kind of cut off conversation and cut off nuance, right? Because so we talked about last night that there was an issue of respectability. Well, that was huge, right? Because one of the things that Jamila said was, well, okay, it's not showing the full picture. Well, but it's not showing the full picture, but it is showing a picture. And that picture, I went back to kind of my source. I'm like, are we acting like this is not a reality? This does happen. No, but the problem though, right? The problem is not in telling that story for me. The problem is not in telling that story. It's when that story overdetermines the whole entire narrative. But can we create space within the cyber world where we're entering into conversation that is nuanced, that includes the ugly along with the respectable, right? And that our lives are multiple things. I watch Ratchet, I love Ratchet TV. And I also love Black girls, right? So I have my limitations, right? So I don't want to see anybody get beat down. I can't watch that. But like the cattiness and the pettiness and fighting, we watch. It's not on TV because nobody's watching. We watch because there is something about us that draws us to that space, right? So I feel like the internet creates a space sometimes where it is all about clap back and shut down, as opposed to creating space for creative engagement. And I really want to push us, I want to see us move to a space of more nuance and creative exchange, as opposed to this is not only my reading, but this is the reading. Right? There are multiple readings that need to happen. So I was resistant of that. I was resistant of the way that, I get it. But also the other piece is that these are organizations that were all about representation, and we can't have Black women on TV like this. But when Black Lives Matters was happening, they were also like, silence, right? We don't want to be a part. Don't wear, right? We was up in Ferguson and couldn't wear our letters, right? So like that is right. So you want to clap back for that, but you don't want to clap back for Black women and girls over here, right? And Black men and boys, how we're cis and trans folks are being killed in these streets. So, it's about priorities, right? But it's also about creating space for creative exchange, right? Where we can also clap back on that and that also be an engagement.
So we have a couple of questions on Twitter, and then I see this gentleman with a question as well, and a sister right here. Okay, so those will probably be our last questions because we're running low on time. So I'll mention the two Twitter questions, and we can respond. So one is from Andre Brock, who asks, given the connection made between Black club women and Black digital feminism, can we talk respectability politics, which we sort of have been, where we can expand on that? And also, we have a question from Ghana, from Esther Arma. Yes, hey. Shout out. Can the panel speak to the need for digital emotional care as we witness cyclical Black death? So a question about respectability politics and also about emotional care in the digital space as we witness cyclical Black death. So I'm not sure who wants to.
I'll talk about the self-care piece, because that for me is like, I'm always preaching about self-care, and I think that in this moment when we see so much death and horrible things happening to people who look like us, just because I open my phone in the morning, right? I think that there's something traumatic about that, and I don't know that right now we fully understand the ramifications of that. I think we feel that. And there was that funny web video where somebody needed like a day off because they were Black, right? they called in like their sick day was like, I'm Black in America, and that is my illness, and that is why I need a day off. Yeah. And I loved that, because I think that there is that moment where you just have to, not only, are spaces like Twitter and Facebook, notorious for trolling and for harassment, particularly if you're a woman of color in those spaces, and God forbid you be a feminist in those spaces, talking about patriarchy and dismantling it, you're even more of a target of harassment. So you have that, and then you also have the reality of such tragedies happening that are just in your feed when you open your phone. And so for me, I actually like to turn it off, put it away, not look at it first thing in the morning. But then I'm also trying to take active steps to maintain a level of just mental health. So if that means that I'm, exercising regularly, or I'm trying to eat a vegetable, because I know that is a challenge for me. So, just to try, even going back to the basics, really, and trying to take care of myself first, because then I can actually then think clearly and about and through all of the different things that are happening in the world around me. But first, people always not make fun of me, but they're like, you're always working out. And I'm like, yeah, because I'm going to kill someone if I don't work out today. And I don't mean that. I know I'm saying that sort of flippantly, but I really, it just sets me on that sort of base level. And if sometimes it's exercise, sometimes that's meditating, although for me, I've tried that many times and I've kind of fall asleep during it, so I haven't quite mastered that. But whatever it is for you that then is restorative and allows you to then get up the next day, even though all of these tragedies are consistently happening. Every 28 hours is a crazy statistic, but if you think about it, yeah, every time, every other day about when I open my phone, someone has died. And that's forever. And so for me, that weighs so heavy. And so whatever you can do, whether that's working out, whether that's meditating, whether that's yoga, whether that's eating a vegetable, talking to a therapist. I am very, very big on if everyone went to therapy and then we also mandated voting, the world would be a completely different reality. Because a lot of us are just not dealing with the trauma on top of trauma, generationally and otherwise. And then we're going out in this world that is traumatic in and of itself, and we're never sort of dealing with those underlying issues. So I think for me, it's self-care, and that comes in whatever form you feel works and is most effective for you. For me, that is a number of different things, including working out and eating vegetables and therapy. But I think that is a reality that we don't really know yet how to grapple with, because just the fact that literally on a screen that I'm looking at, there is death of people that look like me almost every single day. We don't know yet the real impact of that. And I think that if you think about sort of caring for yourself in a really, really loving and kind way first, we can then go out and face all of this ugliness that is so prevalent.
A quick response, I guess, to the respectability one, just to address that question. So some of this is when I know the work that we do matters, because it's so interesting that respectability politics has entered like public discussion in a particular way in this moment, in some ways that's very divorced from the actual concept historically and what it means and what is articulated in the work of those who've done work around respectability and club women and kind of Higginbotham's own work around what that meant, the politics of respectability. So some of this I also feel is we as those of us who are doing this kind of work, I think this is where the online becomes so important to really get what that means out there. There was a great interview for Harriet between Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham and Kimberly Foster, really talking about the concept and how it's being engaged now, which is not to say that we can have some real conversations about respectability politics and the pushback that we see against policing the ways in which Black folks are protesting, moving through the world, and doing that work. As my colleague would say, disrespectability politics, Brittany Cooper. But I think some of this is about how we're actually engaging and using respectability politics to talk about the moment that we're in and the ways in which protests are happening, which means also talking about it historically accurately, and the women who were using the politics of respectability in significant and meaningful ways, in ways that were actually radical and revolutionary. And I think we have to reclaim that in particular kinds of ways in order to actually have a real discussion about what it means to demand respect and what that performative dynamics of that are. And I think we have a particular responsibility as those of us who consider ourselves Black feminist scholars and historians to actually talk about the politics of respectability in nuanced and more complicated ways.
Thank I just want to say thank you to Dr. Morris. Thank you, Dr. Lomax. Thank you, Dr. Lindsay. Sister Maxwell, I enjoy your work. I enjoyed your presentations greatly. I'm based at Rutgers. I teach here. I also have a background in law. My question deals with, first I want to say my question from the seat, just out of deference to just the energy of sisters in this room. Also, I want to speak to the mention of Dr. Lindsay about the battleground, and also to the context of Sister Maxwell of the politics, and many of the folks, for instance, who are Bernie bros, and some of the violence against women we see in the political moment right now. I never cease to be amazed at the violence, and my question goes to, how do we model online a different ethic, a different love than perhaps what we're coming out of in the real world? And in my own teaching, for instance, I tie in antecedents in history to current social problems, and I talk about policy-making methodologies to deal with them. So how do we deal with, for instance, if we talk about violence against black women, and historical antecedents that go all the way back to the plantation, right? And I shared quickly a slave narrative of a black girl, 13 years old, being raped and coming out, and the mistress, the white woman in the house, sees her husband fleeing the room, and after he leaves, she goes in and beats the girl, right? And so this isolation that you speak to, I would just posit, is not only an isolation of black girls and black women from each other, but an isolation of black women from black men, an isolation of black women from others, from white women, right, from this white woman we picture in this metaphor of the plantation. So how do we construct a love paradigm that is not only intra-love with black women, but that invites allies in a non-patriarchal way to model a different kind of broader love and non-isolation for black women? That makes sense.
I don't know the answer. I'm like, wow, that's. I mean, I've been thinking about this a lot because I was so appreciative of Dr. Cooper for addressing the gender dynamic that's at play in this particular election cycle, because it's something that drives me completely mad when it's just not talked about. It's like taken as a given. Oh yeah, Hillary faces sexism, but let's talk about what's wrong with her. And then I'm like, we can't just skip over. You can't skip over the sexism. That's the lens through which we're actually addressing the situation and analyzing the moment that we're in. And so you brought up the Bernie bros, and I mean, I don't like that term so much because it sort of also dehumanizes them too. But I think that sort of the pushback that they don't exist, that women on the internet were just making this up, that we're not actually getting trolled, that people aren't calling us and Hillary Clinton, not their name, in a moment where they're trying to advocate for a particular candidate that they prefer, which is perfectly fine, right? I just felt that, we can't, in this particular moment, I don't know the answer to your question, but in this particular moment, it's important to not skip over the gender analysis and skip over the sexism that is actually happening, and then we can talk about policies and stances and issues. But if you skip over it, for me, I think when we're talking about sort of the Clinton era, sort of like put them in as a pair, which I don't like to do because they're two different people. If somebody 20 years from now said, you were dating someone and they did this thing and now you have to answer for it, I would feel some kind of way about that. Because I feel, for me, I think all of us here, as feminists are fighting for, our right to be an individual and to actually have our own voice and autonomy and agency. And so I feel that we should afford that to no matter who we support in this particular election. But that gender dynamic is something that I think that we can't skip over. We have to actually address it head on, because it's a moment in which when someone says to me, well, I don't like her because she's not warm. And I get that from women and men, right? Both folks will say that. And I go, is Bernie warm? Do you feel like he's really huggable? So for me, I'm like, so then it's like, okay, so can we actually talk about why you need her to be warm? Is there a gender analysis necessary to talk about why we need her to be warm when she's running for president? And why have 100% of the presidents been white guys up until Barack Obama? right? And so, and thinking about, it's been that difficult for a lot of different reasons, including sexism, which we are skipping over in this moment. And I'm like, what are we doing? That's the whole conversation. And we're skipping over it. So I don't know the answer. And that was kind of like a roundabout way to sort of just highlight the sexism that I see that's not really being talked about in the robust conversation that we really, really need. It's like way, way overdue, too.
There was a final question?
I think there was one more question.
Hi, the other Raven in the room. Real quick? Okay, yes. So a question similarly about self-care, particularly in referring to blogs and thinking about like the expectations of you as bloggers in these spaces. So just wondering how you all navigate protecting your space as both a labor, because it is very much a labor, right? But it's a love that's both for yourself and for the kinds of work that you're trying to engage.
Well, I could say for us really quickly is that we pull back. Like we did the first in a collaboration with the University of Arizona. We're the site. We do activism on the ground, and then we also have a press series going back to doing work. We have a press series with you, so we have books. We have all these different things, but the biggest thing that we did was the first Black Lives Matters conference, academic conference in Arizona. Well, after that, we were exhausted. Not only were we exhausted, we were fighting each other. And so we had lost our love ethic, right? And so we had internal fighting. The love ethic was a little bit jacked up. When the love ethic is not there, then we can't really do work that emerges from a space of love. We didn't even know if we would survive. So what I said was, okay, well, let's stop. Right, really, that came from a conversation that you and I had with Crunk Feminist Collective, that sometimes you just have to stop. We have this idea that we have to constantly keep producing. Well, guess what? The world will keep going, and folk will, continue to do work that matters, but we just stopped and didn't write anything. The space was still there when we came back. So now we're more comfortable with, there was a time when we were producing 3 and 4 articles a day, peer-reviewed, 5 days a week. Right? And we'd have these forums, we just did June Jordan, and so we had this amazing archive, but it was killing us. And we realized the same thing that happened with Black feminist foremothers, right? Who are dying and sick and lonely. We didn't want that. We wanted some playground time, right? And then we also have our work, our paid work. So we stopped. And I think that that's key to surviving in this world, is that you have to be okay with just stopping and going and being silenced, or going and having fun, or going and doing work that matters to you, or work that you're paid for, and not feeling guilty about, you don't always have to be a part of the conversation, but just stopping and pulling back. And so we pull back considerably, and we produce a whole lot less, but it's still meaningful work.
Ditto. Thank you so much.
Yes.
We love y'all.
Thank you so much. I have a few instructions before we move to the next phase. Everything that's happening in the next section is happening in Murray Hall.
We are community. A lot of naive folks like, wow, you doing
Nita, okay, I'm gonna sit. Behave yourself, doctor. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Y'all, I'm like, y'all know what it is by now. Good afternoon.
OH.
Awesome.
There we go.
Thank you so much for being here. The energy has been amazing this weekend. So thank y'all for all the positive energy and good, rigorous work that you're doing. And I see so many young folks on Twitter talking about how they're fangirling about all the awesome Black women professors who were here. So we just know we see y'all, and you are on the Twitters, whether you are on the Twitters or not. There's all kind of fangirling going on. So it is my pleasure to kick us off on our third plenary session of the conference. This one is a plenary session featuring digital editors. And so these are the folks who are controlling a lot of the quality, progressive content that you're seeing online. And so I'm going to let the moderator introduce his colleagues, but first I want all of these folks I consider friends and colleagues, and I admire them so much, and I have been following many of them for a number of years. And so I want to show you just one of the innovative projects that our moderator, Darnell Moore, is doing as a senior editor at Mic.com. And it's also, will show you a bit of the new wave of the kind of work that Black people are doing in digital space. So I'm going to show you an episode of a video series that Darnell has been doing for Mike called The Movement, and then we will be in his hands for the rest of the session, okay? All right.
Don't leave nothing in my hands.
Here we go. Lord, please behave.
Do these mics work?
Okay, hold on, let me make sure I've got the...
The war on drugs didn't touch us all. Across America,
1 second, hold.
poor, Black, and
Hold. Let me stop that. Make sure I get the volume right. Okay. 1 second.
I'm still feeling the effects of that soup. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really, really happy to be in this space with all of you and with my two colleagues, Akiba and Jamil. I want to introduce them and then really jump in. I think we were all really excited about creating a space for conversation. Somebody said this is the ratchet panel. So,
That'd be me.
yes, we offer you a warning in advance. But Jamil Smith is the senior national correspondent at MTV. Can we welcome Jamil, please, y'all?
Thank you.
And our sister Akiba Solomon, editorial director at Color Lines. Can we welcome Akiba, please? So in trying to prepare what we thought would be a worthwhile frame for a conversation, we just put some thoughts together. And I think we're going to flow pretty organically. But we want to start us off, Jamil, with some of your thoughts, and then we'll just work our way down.
Yeah, I'll start. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'll start with my own story. I've been in media since college in various incarnations, but I really owe my career in journalism as it stands right now to Twitter directly. It was through Twitter that I joined in 2009 that the MSNBC folks, specifically at the Rachel Maddow Show, found me, found my worldview, something that fits with their show, found that I had the commensurate experience to be a producer on their show and offered me a job. And so that is how that happened. Is I built a following on Twitter, but that started with a blog that no one read, that I sent out. Literally, I would take my little blog entries that I would do during my downtime as a producer at NFL Films here in South Jersey, and I would say, hey, I'm a producer at NFL Films, but that's certainly not my, that's all I do. I also write about politics, and I'm just really using this as a way to exercise a muscle that I've long neglected. I was a columnist in college, and it was something that I found extraordinarily fulfilling, so I wanted to get back to that in some way, shape, or form. And so eventually, that sort of migrated onto Twitter, where I could actually have more direct interaction with people who are engaging in these ideas. And so, well, once that happened, started to build an audience, and one of the people in that audience was a producer at the Rachel Maddow Show. So I went there, moved to New York, was there for about a year and a half, before one of our guest hosts, Dr. Melissa Harris Perry, nudged me in the ribs and said, "I'm getting a show. Don't tell anybody." And I said, "Okay." And then she said, "I want you to come with me." And so I did. And so she said, want to be a segment producer like I was on the Rachel Maddow Show, but also have an opportunity to run the entire digital platform for the show. And so what that gave me an opportunity to do was not only to really, for the first time since I'd been there, I'd been writing for the Maddow blog and done some coverage of the Troy Davis case and Oscar Grant when the anniversary of that happened. But I really hadn't had a chance to really engage in my long form column writing. And so I did a little bit of that while I was on Melissa's show, segment producing and running the site and managing, cultivating Nerdland. And so basically, I just got the itch to say, I want to do this full time. And so I had a long conversation with Melissa about it, and she was extraordinarily supportive. And I moved on eventually to be a senior editor at the New Republic, which is what I did for the entirety of 2015. So long story short, all that work, all that career ascendance has been a blessing, but it has been on the shoulders of people like Akiba. It has been on the shoulders of people like Elon James White, This Week in Blackness, Gene Demby at Post Bougie, whose blog was up and I was a big fan of, and I was too scared to submit to it back in 2009. Racialicious, LaToya Peterson. These are the blogs, these are the digital spaces that I saw created that allowed for not just coverage of racial issues that I wanted to read about, but a real intersectional critique before I really had engaged in the meaning of the word. And so what I was hoping to do is to, frankly, engage with these people about these ideas, learn more about where they're coming from, and that's what led me to Twitter in the first place. And so reading their blogs is actually why I'm here. It's not really because I got on Twitter and I, followers or what have you. The point is, I got on that platform because of those people and the ideas. So it's a real blessing to be able to engage in it, but that hasn't come without its pratfalls. And so, and part of that is working in corporate media. And so I've had, the extensive experience of working in corporate media. Both I've been a production assistant at CNN. How many years ago? Oh my gosh, a long time ago. And I've been, most of my career up to the point I worked at MSNBC, frankly, was in sports. I was in production at HBO Sports. I was, like I said, a producer at NFL Films for 6 years, making football movies with Steve Sable, and that was wonderful. And that's honestly where I thought my career would end. But I find that within a corporate framework, the idea of being unapologetically black or unapologetically anything, unapologetically female, unapologetically gay, is problematic. And I know that is a word that we tend to avoid, but frankly, there's no other word for it, because it's just fraught with complications. Because you have, at the end of the day, the higher it goes, the more money that is involved, the less risk people are willing to take. And people also who are in control of these spaces are not up to date on these spaces, and they do not understand, especially on black-owned spaces in the digital sphere, what is going on. They don't read these blogs. They don't follow these people on Twitter. What they know is how many people are watching certain such and so program, especially in cable news. The amount of money and the amount of resources that are invested in a show like Melissa's are enormous. And so risks like that are not taken lightly. Now, I definitely am not of the opinion that Melissa Harris Perry's show is a unicorn in the media universe. I think that certainly there's stuff happening online every day that is embracing the spirit of Nerdland, so to speak. And we certainly weren't the first to do it. But my hope is that what we can maybe engage in today, all of us, is, the idea that the dearth of editors we think about editors in the digital space as being black editors for publication or magazine, or website. But we also have to think about the editors that are the executives. We have to think about the people who are holding the gates open or holding them closed to us. And we have to understand that there is so much more potential for black folks in this space than even what we're seeing today. And I look at Darnell's series and I was just like, first I was jealous. Because I said, wow, the film work on this is phenomenal. The production value is phenomenal. The stories he's telling are phenomenal. And I welcome all of you to go and watch every episode of it. It really is something extraordinary. But that's that thing, I want it to be ordinary. I want it to be something that we see every day. I want all of us to have opportunities to have the resources to go out and report accurately and to be recognized, and not just for what we do, but to have the stories that we're telling recognized, have the people whose lives we're reflecting in our stories recognized. Because the shine isn't for us, the shine is for the people who we tell the story about. And as long as we are able to tell those stories, in a consistent and, in a, frankly, an accurate fashion, then I think we'll be in a good place. But that, and I'll conclude with this, it has me concerned at the end of the Obama era, because what I'm seeing in the media, especially corporate media, is a reticence to tell those stories, an increasing reticence to tell those stories, because you see a withdrawal of some sorts from the narrative, like, okay, we're going to cover police brutality, we're going to cover mass incarceration, we're going to cover these issues which traditionally have not been great for ratings, great for readership, great for clicks or what have you, or even retweets. And what I'm thinking is that, and I'm seeing, especially at places like MSNBC, is a whitening of media, not just in terms of what you see on screen, but in terms of the topics that are handled. And I'm worried about the intersectional critique that the Obama era has made popular, frankly, or it has become popular in the Obama era with the growth of digital spaces and social media, reverting to old models of media. And I think we all need to be on guard about that. And with that, I'll pass it to Akiba.
Thank you, Jamil.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I guess I'll just do a couple of stops because I feel like I've made many, many stops in this business. I started off actually in college. There was a magazine called YSB that BET used to put out, and I was a music intern. And my claim to fame at that time was that I did the first reported story about Nas. So when I got out of college, I had every expectation that this was just going to be easy, frankly. Like, YSB was fun. It was easy. I interviewed famous people sometimes, and, you know, they were very nurturing. They had me in the room working on cover lines. If anybody works in magazines, you understand that it's a big deal to be an intern in the room deciding on cover lines. But I bring up YSB because I really owe my career to YSB in that was a group of people who cared so deeply about not only what messages were out, but also storytelling and visuals. And also they truly did build a pipeline. And that's something that I'm not seeing so much now, where you just have a group of Black people at the top of their game who make sure that the next generation of Black people come through. I don't know if you know Lola Ogunaki. She was an intern there with me. Karen Good was an intern before us. Anyway, from YSB, I went to Jane Magazine, which is now defunct. But it was through the minority training program, because that's what it was called, Fairchild Publications, and got a crash course in what New York media is really like. And I say that because, first of all, there were 2 Black girls there. I mean, it was a startup, and it was run by a person who's supposed to be progressive. I'm not going to you can figure out the name. And while I learned a great deal during that time, there were also some really, really disturbing things. So, for instance, once a coworker of mine was editing a story about travel in Jamaica, and she said, it's as hot as the shores of Africa. So I was like, shore, Africa, like, what do you... I was like, there are a lot of different climates. Like, I don't. And so she's like, you know Africa. And I was like, no, I really don't know. And she was like, jungly. And I. Audible gasp. Do you know jungly? Like, jungly. And I was like, did you say jungly? Because I was just. So she's like, and I'm just looking at her, so I said, I need a minute. So I left. I just walked out. I took half an hour. I came back, and she's like, I don't understand what the problem is. And I was like, the problem is that what you said is incredibly stereotypical, it's ignorant, and it's racist. And she's like, well, how is it racist? And I was like, see, this is racist even. Like, you and I having to discuss this. And I was like, you've been an editor for very many years. You're an experienced, educated person. It's really up to you to figure out why that's racist to say that Africa is jungly. Like, it really is. So obviously I wasn't that popular, left very soon. Went to the source where I spent the bulk of my career. That's a whole nother conversation. At the time, it was a great magazine, the Hip Hop Bible. Ended sort of my magazine career went to Essence for a year. Couldn't do it, so corporate, too corporate for my personality. They do a lot of great work, but it just wasn't really me. And then pretty much ended my magazine career and was ready to not do anything in journalism. Like, I didn't want to have anything to do with journalism. I didn't want to have anything to do with magazines. And I say that because that business and now this business, to me, increasingly, is so hard on Black women. I'm not saying it's not hard on Black men or other people of color, But there is a very particular thing that happens with Black women in this industry that will make you want to smack somebody. And I can tell you so many stories like that first one. Like, I really can. I have a friend who just took a job. She cried at work the other day, threw up, and went to HR twice. And that happened to her because she is being mentally abused by someone who's a superior. And that's the culture anyway in this particular slice of media. But when you throw Black in there, and when you're dealing with a really, really high volume of incredibly privileged people, because that's the other thing. There's a class issue in publishing as well, where it's not just white and cis male. It's also like people, if you can get a job now at a particular publication that you can make a decent living, that generally means you went to an Ivy League or maybe kind of Ivy League school, and that you are from, the Northeast, and that your family has a certain amount of money, and it's structural in that people still expect you to intern for free. So, and a lot of these places are located in New York City. So if you're somebody like me, like I got offered an internship at Ms. when I was at Howard, and I couldn't do it. Because it was like, well, I need to get paid. Like, I don't, so when you think about who can afford to do that, and then you also think about the amount of social capital you need to be in that, because it is a big clique, that's how you end up being, me, Black girl, woman from West Philadelphia, raised Black nationalist, went to Howard with these people. And then, there's me, and then there's all these other people that have, like I said, an incredible amount of wealth and an incredible amount of cachet and a lot of leverage to just do whatever they wanted. Anyway, long story short, got ready to quit, started writing for Color Lines, stayed around. That has its own challenges in that it's independent, and there's a lot of labor that goes into it, but really do feel like it's a unique opportunity, and that this space, I feel like I have faith in this space. I feel like this space is where the conversation really has changed so dramatically in about 5 years. Like before CFC, before Feminist Wire, before all the folks on Twitter and Facebook, they're just, people didn't say feminism. I mean, there's certain crews said feminism, but I'm telling you, in the wider media, market, people didn't say that. And especially at women's magazines, they would actually tell you not to talk about that. I've had that experience where you have to negotiate to be like, well, there's this thing going on, and it's like, oh, well, that's feminism. And you're like, okay. Anyway, I'll stop there.
I love Akiba. That's also my neighbor. We live in the same hood.
Yes, we do.
I wanted to make 3 points, and I really appreciate not only what you offered, but one of the things I wanted to say first is that for many of us who get into the media market, it's because of the connections to the Black folk we know. So those lines of I've worked as a freelancer. Well, I worked for 2 decades doing many things. And writing, I worked so that I could afford to do my art and political work, which is what Shar Clark says. She's like, I stayed at Rutgers all this time so I can leave Rutgers and do the work I really wanted to do. But it was through people like Akiba or Jamil was the reason why I was able to publish a first piece at MSNBC or show up on Melissa Harris Perry's show. And Jamila Lamu was the reason why I was writing for Ebony. And it's like these folk were the reason why I was able to cultivate my writerly craft and actually develop an audience. Without these Black folk being in their positions, I would not have had that. So I just want to name that first. But I'm really interested in this moment in like the value and valuelessness of Blackness. So for instance, I can get a job at this moment. I get to Mike partially because they understood that I had a connection to a Black audience. They're like, and I mean, I don't want to diminish my work, but I also am very clear that they're like, here's a person that's involved in Black Lives Matter. It's a Black Lives Matter movement moment. That in these ways, Blackness becomes a commodity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like, I can bring you in, you get us access to a market, And this becomes a danger because what it means is that you might actually be interested in the black story because that gets you clicks, but not interested in the black lives that's attached to those stories. So one of the ways that I've come to think about that, and I'm able to share this with you publicly because I shared it within our organization, an issue that we had. And I'm also able to share this because of the co-founders of Mike, Jake Horowitz and Chris Alchek. There was a moment last year where 2 white journalists were shot in the South. And I remember walking into the office that day, and it was a very somber newsroom. And there were folk who had tears, rightfully so, in their eyes. Journalists had been killed. We are all working as journalists, and it makes sense, right? You don't think you go out to report and get shot to death. But as I sat there, I had mixed emotions that day because I was angry as fuck. Angry and hurting, partially because up until that point, I had written about Walter Scott. I had written about Sandra Bland. I had written about every black person who had become a hashtag. And no one, and because the day when the 2 journalists had died, our staff were walking around, they were asking everyone if they were okay. They got ordered lunch for folk and invited people to go home.
Okay.
Now,
Are they taking applications?
No, I'm keeping, no, and I'm talking about this because I really want y'all to understand what I mean when I'm talking about the complexity and paradox of the value and valuelessness of black life all happening at once and what people are actually valuing. So, my black colleagues and I, Jack Cheney Rice and Jamila King, we were all like, how do we address this? And we did. We wrote the co-founders and said, I want you to know that we are feeling all types of ways right now. When I wrote about Sandra Bland, staring out the window, trying to figure out how the hell can I talk about another black person who had been deadened? Trying to figure out what words to use. The staff had been going crazy because J.K. Rowling tweeted us. It's a disconnect. That this selective empathy, that you're able to write about these stories and cry about them in ways that journalists are just not supposed to do, is because you saw something in them that you connected with. Their whiteness, maybe, the fact that they're young, they're journalists, but you don't have the same connection to the stories of all the black people that have been dead. And they said right away, like, damn, you're so right. Like they were, and I will say the reason why I'm able to share this with you is because I don't think I could do this in another media space and keep my job, right? Like we called them out. And the co-owner was like, you know, you are right, you're so right, we need to revisit and we will address the entire staff. It also meant though that when we addressed the staff, who do you think ended up addressing the staff? So you know my big ass mouth, but I said, I just want y'all to know that this is what I'm talking about. That I got to bring up the issue and come in here and tell you about the issue.
Exactly.
And they're like, damn, you good. Okay, we got it. I still have a job, thank God. But Jack Cheney Rice wrote that letter, and it was so moving. So there is a way now that I'm very careful about this pipeline and the desire for media outlets to want to hire us when in fact we become sort of access to this media market because it's the right time and it's popular and sexy to talk about Black Lives Matter, but I need you to be concerned about the fucking black lives. The other thing that I'm thinking through is the compounded labor that comes along with the work that all of us do. This labor is both physical, emotional, spiritual. There are moments like, I don't know if people know what pitch meetings would feel like. When you're sitting there trying to argue, that might not be a word you want to use. Or that might not be an approach that you want to take. Like these are the types, first, if you send a pitch, trying to get your pitch to the right people. But even the work that happens behind the scenes that editors and writers have to go through to either actually elevate the issues that our communities are facing and to have those stories told in a way that does no harm to our communities. Gatekeepers is what we talk about, and there are many. I have had to say in moments like, no, I'm not writing I'm not. You will not ask me to write another story about another black person being dead. Go ask another writer. Why do you think I must be the expert on Black death and trauma? And your journalists are journalists. They're trained to do this work. Go ask a white person to go to the Trump rally. Go send a white journalist down to South Carolina after 9 of my people get shot by a white racist. You have them walk around when a KKK. I'm not doing it.
Right.
But you also, there's cost to that type of, the ability to stand up like that.
Yeah.
Y'all, this is not, we're not in spaces where it's just like, okay, it's a fight. I've gone home days heavy, sometimes not knowing if I'll have a job the next day. Sometimes knowing if I was going to have the capacity to make the right decision based on my integrity and ethics. And to think I might have to lose my job. But I want to say that this work, it isn't all cute like what people see. Like, you have these positions, like, that ain't all cute.
No, it's not.
It isn't. It isn't all cute to convince, you think this thing is beautiful. It is a beautiful work, thanks to our video team. A lot of resources. But you know what? If that thing don't get enough clicks, enough views like another short video did, an argument can be made, well, why do we need to do it? Do you see? So it's like all of these complexities that happen, the politics of all of this, it seems cool, it seems so great on the surface. But so many of us, this work is very hard, particularly if you show up in mostly white spaces carrying all of these identities that we do. And the last thing I say is the dangers in terms of the digital as it relates to representation. And this is more broadly and not just about the sort of media space, but just how I want to call it like we are afforded digital capital. We accumulate digital capital. Let's call your Twitter followers a type of digital capital. Your likes, a verified badge next to your name as a type of digital capital. So my concern in this moment is that the more digital capitals one can accumulate, it can elevate certain people as sole representatives of entire communities or particular issues. And what that does for those who don't have those digital capitals, who might very well have a narrative and a perspective, a life world and work that we need to be attending to, we won't. Because the mass media is going to go to the one that they see who's rich in digital capital. I'm talking around a lot of stuff, but y'all hearing me right now. They will be attracted to the Black person that got 1 million followers and Beyonce follows.
Definitely.
And they're going to tell the story based on that person.
Yes.
But they're not going to go to our sisters on the street corners who holding things down, who are organizing. Y'all see how this is a problem?
Yeah.
So my concern is, how do we then hold accountable a space and rework this so that we can make sure that those who don't have access to the internet in the first place, those who don't have the digital capitals are actually represented, and their issues are represented, and their words and narratives are represented too. That's one of the reasons why I did this project. Because I'm like, you know what, y'all didn't just, the movement didn't just show up with y'all. Our people always been working. You understand? And like, just because you can get on the front page of a cover, I want you to see the sisters and brothers who've been doing this work without fanfare. Every damn day, and they ain't getting paid. They're not getting on anybody's list. So I'm asking, I think, while I'm really excited about the sort of space of the digital, I'm also concerned of what it does in terms of silencing, invisibilizing, rendering invisible all of those who don't have the capitals that actually make us known and not known in this space today. So, thanks.
All right.
So just wait for the mic to come to you, but we can engage with folks with some questions. Questions?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Crystal Brown, and I work in a traditional mainstream digital media environment. So all of your stories were so like my everyday life right now, especially what you had to say, explaining why Kim Kardashian's boxer braids, like she didn't invent that,
Right.
Or why we're offended by this thing or that thing. And, kind of every time something happens, can you write about this? Or Why do inner city moms feel this way? I don't know. I'm not an inner city mom. I can't answer every single question. So being in that space and trying to reach out to Black writers and kind of elevate that conversation, how can I navigate something when it's hard for me to explain why it's important for them to care in the first place?
I mean, I can answer that in part, and this goes back to the pipeline issue that I was talking about. I mean, I think we have work to do, right? Like, we actually have to sit down at some point. I've been having this brewing, but we're all really busy. But to sit down and really build a pipeline in this space, because there is a certain pipeline of Black journalists, this National Association of Black Journalists, right? So you can come through that. They are very newspaper heavy, very TV heavy, but also just very corporate. Like, you know, NABJ is really about finding a decent enough job at a corporate media space. And it is definitely about teaching people how to behave in these spaces. I'm not saying that that's wrong at all. I think that's a very necessary mission. But I think the stuff that we're talking about in this room, right now, from what I see, the only pipeline is really who you know, right? Like, I know Darnell because I used to see him at our neighborhood cheers, and I was like, oh, I like him. And he's like, oh, I like you. And like, that's really how it happened. You know what I mean? Like, there was nothing formal. And I think that there does need to be. And the other reason why I would say that I think we need to build a pipeline, you included, is because that will also help with quality control. Like, I think that there's also, you know, the flip side of being outside of the traditional structure is that you really are working with a lot of people that don't have any journalistic training at all. But they've been published a lot because it goes back to the commodification of their followers. So I know people who have like millions of followers, and if you ask them to report and write a story, they cannot do it. But they think they can do it. The only way that they find out they can't do it is when something goes horribly wrong. And it's horribly wrong for them, for their publication, but also the story that they're supposed to be telling. Right. So I really do think, like, I know I don't want to make any more tasks for anybody, but I do feel like we need to sit down and figure out a way, you know, to pass this on, because all is going to keep happening as you know, as few of us as there are is as many of us as there are. Everybody right now thinks that they can be a journalist. I'm not being elitist, I'm just telling you. Like, I get pitches all day, every day. I've had people say, I was a police officer for 30 years. Can I be an editor? You can try. Like, you can. And I'm not, but I would never go to a police station and say, I've been an editor for 30 years. Can I be a police officer? That doesn't make sense, right? So that's what I have to say on that.
To add quickly on that, journalism is one of these jobs that that people see from the outside and think that they can just do it. And I mean, it's sort of like, you know, gosh, why didn't LeBron hit that three-pointer last night? I could hit that. Think about how ridiculous that sounds, and then apply that to journalism. I mean, and also one of the other quick note is, you know, one of the things that is holding this up is quality control. You see folks who are bridging the line between activists and journalists and can't seem to quite decide which one they want to be. And I think what we need to do, frankly, is really set in stone what journalism is and what it takes to be involved in this profession, and understand that there are, you know, I mean, there are people who do the work to get into this, and you need to do the work. It's not about dues paying or any kind of like antiquated sort of, you know, hierarchical system or what have you, but it's really about making sure that we don't see in a situation where, oh wait, that person fabricated all that stuff about Black Lives Matter.
Right.
And because it doesn't hurt them so much as it hurts the people who they're telling the stories about. So that's the people, frankly, we need to be looking out for. It's the people who we're supposed to be telling the stories about. And frankly, you know, because we're Black, it's, you know, inordinately about race, about our own people. So those are the people we should be protecting when we think about how, you know, and when we're going to be talking about this person is a journalist or this person isn't a journalist.
I know we have a question in the back. Go ahead, stand, Sherry. I want to, as an agenda, just ask the thing when y'all were talking, I was thinking about, there's also that pressure among these sort of like young academics who are being trained to become journalists, right? So we have some grad students in the room who may have some aspirations. You know, Melissa changed the landscape for folks. Everybody's like, we can be on TV now. And stuff. And so, you know, but there's something about respecting the craft of journalism that I worry about when everyone feels like the logical extension of a scholarly career is a media career. Do you find that to be a problem? And what do you say to these folks? Because, you know, like I tell people, I'm not a journalist, right? I do commentary about things, right? And, so,
and if I may jump on that, given my experience, I mean, Melissa will never, and I'm sure has never, referred to herself as a journalist.
Right, exactly.
Ever.
Exactly.
And she's tell the same thing to us in the newsroom as she would tell people on television. So she was never a journalist. The point is that she was surrounded by journalists. And she had a show that was run effectively by people who valued the craft and practiced it professionally. And so whether it was a producer, whether it was a video AP, whether it was the director, everybody involved was about making sure that the product that we were putting on screen was journalistically accurate. And so, you know, there are times where everybody makes mistakes, and then you say corrections. You behave responsibly within that sphere, because you understand that, like, even if you are an academic, even if you're using academic language in that sphere, at the end of the day, that is a journalistic environment. And so you need to make sure that if you don't necessarily want to convert to journalism, I guess you could say, almost like as if it's a religion, you could say that, hey, at least I'm going to make sure that the people around me who are there to support me are, in fact, you know, journalists. And if you are, in fact, just a pundit, or if you want to just be on TV, and by all means, I encourage you to do it, because we need more academics out here. I mean, Melissa Harris Perry was a tenured political scientist. That fact was never lost when you heard her analysis. And so we need more academics, frankly, on the air, because we need more academic analysis through a journalistic lens.
Yeah, I wanted to, yes. And I often don't even identify as a journalist. I typically just say I'm a writer, or I just say my title, like I'm like a senior editor, senior correspondent, whatever. But the thing I will say about, so there's a way that public engagement, whether that public intellectualism, punditry, social commentary, it's sexy now. And I understand why, right? Because there is an idea, like, particularly for academics who often may feel as if they're working in very cloistered spaces, talking to the choir, to have one's work extended beyond those spaces, it means a lot, and we learn a lot. But I guess my thought would be, I think it's worthwhile for anyone who's interested in their work making sense and making meaning in a larger way. But it should have purpose. You know, like their interventions and conversations should be connected to a purpose, not just enough to write something and to create like a platform so that one can be sort of well known for one's ideas. It's enough to like engage in something because what you are going to say and what you have to offer is a proper intervention, a critical intervention. And I think that's important. I think the space is democratized in a way, sort of. But like I think about, Mark Nill's here, you know what I'm saying? And like my first pieces as like a writer who's trying to make sense with ideas was in the world was on his site. Mm-hmm. You know, like he was publishing my stuff, and it gave me a space to sort of experiment, to test language, because I was really interested. See, my motivation was like, how can I have these conversations that I'm having in my classroom in such a way and in such a space that my mama can get to it? Mm-hmm. How can my sisters who can't sit in the conversations around intersectionality and all these other fancy things that we had access to in these privileged cloistered spaces get to it? My people live in Camden. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking about. Mm-hmm. Like my motivation is I want to talk for those black, queer, and trans kids who get talked around and talked about but don't ever have space. Where's space for us? Right. So like and I'm not trying to call it my motivations as like pure and like this is what you need to become a, no, I'm not doing that, but I was clear around why I was engaging in the first place. Because to be quite honest, I'm an introvert and public stuff scares the hell out of me. Oh yes, and the more and you know this, like the more public, I guess, like my work has become, the more introverted I've been. It's not something I run to. Like when they're calling my job, can you speak on? I'm like, I don't want to speak on no, like that's not what I want to do. So so like this idea about the alluring qualities of doing public, I do it because there is a commitment to various communities of people that I'm doing it. I'm doing this in conversation and in community with folk. And I think if that's our grounding and our starting place, I say by all means, create the spaces where we can increase the conversation. But what we don't need are more people who just want to be like, don't do this because we want to be known and we want to create brands for ourselves. Do it because we're trying to create some change in our communities.
Well, can I just speak on that for a second? Because, I mean, to me, because I'm at Color Lines and because the Color Lines voice tends to be a bit more academic, I think, than other voices, we get the bulk of the pitches that we get are from academics. And the question that I always have for people who pitch these stories, number one, besides what do you hope to accomplish with this, is also, can you shift your writing style? Because a lot of academic writing is in the passive voice. Like, that's encouraged. Good journalism is not in the passive voice. And the very reason why it isn't is because if you say something was done to her, you don't know who did it. No, I mean, I know it sounds crazy.
That's so good.
No, I mean, but it's true. It's like, that's a way to be a lazy journalist when you do that. So it's unfortunate because these are writing is a huge thing. And there's a very particular craft that goes into each kind of writing. Like if I wanted to become an academic, I would have to train. Like somebody would have to train me how to write. No, yes. They really would. Yeah. If I want to write fiction, I would need to be trained. And so I'm not discouraging people who want to write journalistically. What I would, though, encourage is, number one, like literally try to study some journalism. Number two, because I'm not saying anything about anybody in here, but there are a lot of people who pitch me who clearly don't read anything that is journalistic. Like they don't read anything. So I'm like, if you don't read news sites and you don't read magazines and you don't read newspapers and you don't watch the news, but you want to like write something in a news site, it's just like that just doesn't make a lot of sense. But people do it a lot, and again, I mean, the last thing I'll say is there is a certain devaluing of this profession in general, right? Like everybody expects to get everything for free now, right? Everybody's like, why do I have to subscribe? Or why do I have to? Jamila Lemieux always talks about this. Like, Ebony can't stay open from retweets. Like, yes, okay, yay, Blackfist in the Twitter, whatever, on a tweet, but that doesn't mean anything. Right. And so, but my point is like, if you think about journalism being devalued, think about being a Black journalist. And then think about your value. And then have a bunch of people who come to you who a lot of times are pretty demanding. I've had people write nasty things about me on the internet because I wouldn't take their story. And I'm like, well, thank God I didn't take your story because you're a lunatic. No, because that's just not that. But what I'm saying is if you're not, no. All right, whatever.
That is not a unique story. I feel you.
Okay, I want to ask a question about pretty much the value of Black journalists. So even though we've seen that the web has opened up space for a lot of Black voices in journalism and digital journalism, but at the same time that the web has opened a lot, that has really caused print journalism to take a hard hit, right? So I was a newspaper reporter for 10 years before I transitioned into academia. And you talk about NABJ, NABJ conference attendance, the number of black journalists has plummeted a lot since the stock market crash of 2008. There are some newspapers in the country now that have an exclusively white staff, and they are not at all embarrassed about it. Okay, so what has happened is these journalists who I've known, who are some of the reasons why I wanted to get in the business in the first place, are now displaced storytellers. So you talk about these black journalists who have the training, who they know how to tell a story, but they don't have those digital connections.
Yeah.
So we really have, while the space has opened up for people, the space has closed off for others.
Yes.
So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on how Generation X, baby boomer, black traditional journalists, how can they find space in this new digital space?
I mean, I think we have to create it.
Yeah.
I really do. I literally think we have to create it. And part of what I've learned a lot at this conference is that there are a lot of former journalists doing this work in the academic sphere, right? Like a lot. I see a lot of people shaking their heads because in the different sessions I went to, it was like every other person was like, I was a journalist and now. And I think that's an indication really of just how treacherous journalism is as a career, how tenuous it is. But as you said, things have expanded. Some of us do have resources. There's actually a mix of resources. Now we have academic to a certain extent. We have nonprofit. We have these things. I think we just need to make something new. Like I think everybody wants to do NABJ because that's the thing that you're supposed to do. But I don't think that that's functioning in the way that it needs to function for the kind of thing that we're trying to do. I think we need to come out of here with a commitment to make this.
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Agreed.
I just wanted to, if you could follow up a little bit more on what you said about creating spaces, because Darnell and Akiba, one of the two things that you said were really important were this idea about accessibility for black communities. And historically, the black press has been that. And black newspapers are still being published and have still digital media platforms. And so I wanted to know if you could talk a little bit about what's been lost by not recovering the black press in the digital, right, in the 21st century, and how black writers like yourselves strike that balance between accessing or making your work accessible to black communities, but then writing for white publications. Because I'm struck, Darnell, specifically, and big ups to Camden, I went to Rutgers, Camden, that you were talking about your sister and your communities in Camden and in West Philadelphia. And again, black newspapers were the ones that made those stories available. And you don't need to make the case to black news editors in the way that you might need to make the case to white news editors or white publishers. And so I want to know if you could talk about black ownership and the legacy of the black press and where you see that in the 21st century in the digital.
It's a really good question. I think there are many responses to that. The first thing that comes to mind, I was thinking about what you said. Not only do we need a pipeline and a sort of new formation. Go ahead, Beyonce. But I'm also thinking, I don't know, it just occurred to me as you were talking. The philanthropy community and folk have been involved in conversations around the movement for Black Lives over the past 2 years, thinking about how we can begin to cultivate our own resource space and also pull resources in to do movement organizing. What we have not talked about, though, was how to support media work. It just hit me. Because I'm not only thinking about creating new associations, we need to support, like Ebony, like Color Lines, need funding. To keep it real, we need money. To support the media outlets that have been doing this work anyway, the ones that are well-known and not so well-known, the micro media outlets in our local communities that don't get any fanfare, who become the sort of first go-to for many of our community members. And we need money to start new digital media technology. We ourselves need black digital media sites that are attuned to all of the things happening in the 21st century. There should be no reason why a black media outlet cannot create the type of video project that we were able to create at Mike. I want to see that coming out of our black media.
Yeah.
We need to have our resources. So the challenge that I think in charge for us now, I want to take up with us, is asking and demanding of our resource bases who are interested in funding the movement to support media projects for us. So that's one thing. But the second is the fighting within whatever spaces we're in. So the one thing I said when I went to my job was, you hired me because of the work that I do in the world. And I have a very clear politic, a very clear commitment, and I'm not interested in watering that down. And here are some of the things, like this is how I move in the world, these are the things. So like to do a video project on Camden, and let me be clear, Camden in the mainstream media is not like, that's not clickable stuff. So I don't know if you know how much a video like this would cost, but it's lots of money.
Yes.
So to convince a company that a story on Camden, my home, is worthwhile is work. But I was willing to do that work because I'm like, if you want to create a project around what you understand to be sort of my personality and my commitments, then you're going to do some story. You have to do the stories that matter to me. Now, we're not all in those type of comfortable positions where we can do that. And let me be clear, it's not, now that I'm thinking of it, it's not a lot of us in these positions at all. Damn. Right. Oh. So on I guess to me, I guess the question comes down, as I started, to a question of resources. And I'm thinking about that more and more. What would a black-loving, liberatory, black-run, 21st century, moving forward, media space look like for black folk? And where are our resources so we can make that happen?
Just very quickly, two quick notes on this, is that one, I think we also need to embolden the spaces that we already have.
Yes.
I grew up reading the Call and Post in Cleveland. I read the first paper I picked up on my recent trip to Chicago was the Chicago Defender. I mean, that's still a pathway into those neighborhoods to find out what our communities are talking about. So let's embolden those spaces digitally. Make sure that, that those spaces get the support financially, both and also with partnerships. Let's figure out ways maybe to do corporate partnerships with those papers so that we can help them get the resources so we can do, say, a joint MTV/ Chicago Defender story about what's going on in Chicago. It gets published there, it gets published with us, everybody benefits. These are the kinds of things, kinds of ideas, literally I just thought of that one. So these are the kinds of ideas that we need to be talking about.
Yes.
Instead of partnering up with, say the Los Angeles Times or the New York Times, they don't need to help. We need to help our local black press. Period. Because that is a tradition that means a lot to me, and it certainly is something that is not dead. We talk about it like it's dead, it's not dead. And then lastly is, we need to, I think, really seriously consider building something like what Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee did with tried to do with the film industry with Third World. If you guys ever look this up, they basically tried to organize a collective that not only trained filmmakers, but also trained technical people, trained gaffers, trained set builders, all these different things, all the different jobs within the industry. These are the kinds of things that I think we need to do. Because journalism school is valuable for some, but for a lot of people it's nothing but a pile of debt. So how can we train people who want to get their opinions and their perspectives reported out there? How can we train them to use digital spaces effectively and responsibly so that they not only can report, what the stories that aren't being reported, but should they want to go on and continue a journalism career, they have the tools, they have the experience to say, hey, you know what, this is on my resume. And this is what I did on my own with the help of this foundation or this collective, and the money, look, if we pull it together and we get smart about how we organize our resources, the money is out there for projects like this. So we just need to, find some folks who are going to be serious about it and make sure that we stay focused.
Thank you to all the panelists for coming here and sharing these stories. Kind of in the beginning, the story, especially Akiba, the story you talked about your editor, one, making a racist comment and then also expecting you to do that labor. Actually, that really resonated with me because before I was an accountant, before I was an academic, I was an accountant, and I heard a lot of these similar things as far as people saying very problematic things, you call them out at it, and it becomes more labor. But the question I have for you guys is, can you kind of provide a starting point of best practices for basically mental health self-preservation in these spaces, as far as much as there's this kind of need and call to do the extra work, we also need to take care of ourselves, and kind of where does that point stop and we don't overextend ourselves. So I was hoping maybe you guys can all share some things that you all do to kind of handle these tensions as far as not overextending ourselves and preserving ourselves.
Eat some of Wanda's soup.
There you go.
Inappropriate.
Where am I supposed to go after that? I mean, I remember I've had one breakdown moment when Charleston happened. And I came in the next morning because I knew I had to write about it.
Yep.
I knew it was like, oh gosh, you know what? Who else at the New Republic is supposed to do this?
Right.
And I sat there and I just tried to figure out the words, and I just had enough. I was in Ferguson when Walter Scott happened. I was in Ferguson reporting on their elections when it's like, and then Charleston happens a couple months later, and I'd reached my breaking point, and I just sat there and I started weeping loudly at my desk. And a colleague came up, white colleague came up and just gave me a hug. She just understood. And what I think you need is supportive colleagues like that one. Chloe Shama, I'll shout her out. And you also need to have support at home.
Yes.
I mean, I'll be perfectly frank. It'd be nice when my wife tells me to put the fucking computer down and take care of myself. It is primary for you to take care of your physical self.
Yes.
So I hope that answers your question a little bit.
Well, so a couple of things in the toolkit. Or one thing that I found incredibly valuable just in those moments is the taking a deep breath, standing up and walking away. And so I'll do that in the short term, but also tomorrow, like you mentioned this morning, about how there was a point where the Feminist Wired paused. And pausing and journalism are not supposed to be in the same sentence. But I've known more burnt out, like I know hundreds of burnt out people that can't function because they are burnt out. And this particular economic environment now encourages burnout a lot quicker. So I think that number one, again, in those moments, taking a break. Another thing that I've learned, and maybe it's just because I'm older and I have more power, but I do say to people, you know, again, like in a very clear way, I'll say, I am not going to deal with this with you. I had an editor say, oh, that's like smacking a tar baby. And I was like, yes, okay. You know, I'm going to start a blog about all the crazy shit that editors have said to me. But in that case, like where before I was upset and I cried and I was, you know, with her, I just said, you know what? I need you sit here. I'm going to go somewhere else for a second, and then I'm going to come back and I'm just going to do my work, and we'll act like you didn't say that. But no, it's a problem, and then you can figure out why it's a problem. And so she like kept plaguing me, like, what's the problem? And then Brown University, and I was just like, again, I told you, I'm not, we are not talking about this. Like, we are not going to talk about it. I didn't even say this is abusive, like nothing. I just was like, we're not going to talk about it. And amazingly, when somebody feels embarrassed about saying something crazy and racist, if you say we're not going to talk about it, a lot of times they just go away. They do. They go away because they don't really want to talk about it, right? They don't. Sorry, they don't want it. Anyway, so take a break. No, take a break. Take a breath. Therapy is a great idea.
Amen. Yes.
And also make sure that you can still do stuff you want to do. So it's like, yes, you have all of this reporting on your plate, but it's like I used to write fashion copy for Vibe Vixen, and I had a great time doing it. It was fun. And I also was editing, election packages and all types of stuff. And, girls who were locked up for, boyfriend's drug crimes. But just, you can't forget that this is also something that you can enjoy. Yes. And that it's not an added enjoyment, that like sometimes you have to say, I can't do that, but I'm not gonna be quiet. I'm actually gonna do this because this is what I wanna do. Mm-hmm. For now, there's no crime in that. Even though a lot of people try to make it seem like that, but it's really not.
Hey, you guys. I'm Dr. Goddess. Thanks so much, Jamil, Kiba, and Darnell. I wanted you all to talk about what you have seen in what you see in terms of opportunity in digital activist space, because you all have like activism backgrounds. And I think that what's happening is a lot of people who are activists and doing this work and they find themselves on social media, they're not journalists, they're not prepared, but the tremendous white space out there in organizations that are not color of change and not inclusive, literally the actual organization inclusive that's trying to make all these white organizations more inclusive, they're wide open. There's all this wide open space, and it seems like they think that they need to become journalists to accomplish their task when really they should be in digital organizing. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about what you've seen in that space.
I've seen a lot. So the thing that I will start with is what I think the space that's been made for people to do various forms of organizing, at least within the last 2 years. And I don't think that that's a problem that folk have attempted to figure out how to use these tools for organizing purposes. Again, what I try to allude to in my third point was, though, the extent to which those of us who have access to these spaces and who have a bunch of those of us who have some type of public exposure, who people are watching, there's a way that our stories, our representations can really be lifted up and stretched so far and wide that it actually blocked out the work of so many people. The problem is when any of us can be overly represented as voices for movements, communities, people, that's always a danger. The second thing is, because of the quick nature of how we're supposed to engage, this is the part about journalism, is that one must do work to make sure that they're reporting the right thing. So in a moment, you may not have all the facts. So you may tweet something, a name could be spelled wrong, the age of a person, the location, and then what happens now, these tweets informs stories. And it's so damaging.
Yes.
We don't allow critical time or distance. Things happen and we feel like we need to write right there and then to a moment. And I'm like, how? It's okay. It happens on me, like somebody gets shot and I'm getting a text right away. Can you write? And I often have to say no. One, because we need space and time to figure out what the hell's going on so that we can tell the right story. And that's been one of the bigger problems I see. The sort of ethics around how one reports out a thing, even in real time. So you're Facebook Live and something. Here, we're at this protest, such and such happened. If you don't give all the facts and all the details, that can lead to some really dangerous storytelling that has a tremendous and harmful impact. So those are some of the concerns, at least, that I think that I have. At the same time, I think it's important that we do have the space. People have access to the space to and use these tools in such a way that it can help their communities.
I just want to add two things real quick. To go to your question, Dr. Goddess, I think storytelling and journalism they intersect, but they're not the same. So I think that if someone, I've seen more and more people identifying themselves as storytellers because they tell stories. And I think that that's a very smart way to describe yourself if you tell stories. Most of the activists that I know that are successful are excellent storytellers, right? But they might not necessarily be the people who want to find out the side. They don't want to talk to the sheriff's deputy who heard somebody say something who's going to tell you that the person was guilty. Like they don't want to put themselves in that space. And they're not wrong because it's a horrible space to be in. But I think that, you know, again, I don't think all paths should lead to journalism, and I don't think that they should all lead to activism either. Like, I don't actually have an activist background. I've been a journalist since I was like 18. Everybody says activist because I run my mouth, but I've never actually been an activist. No, I haven't. But the other thing, that you said about getting things correct, just an interesting thing that happened last week, the $20 bill, right? So, a publicist from the Treasury Department did a meeting with a lot of elite media, Time, Wall Street Journal, I think NPR was there, and they said, Harriet Tubman is going to be on the $20 bill. Andrew, Jackson is going to be off of it. Like this, what does this mean? Like everybody did this whole thing, and so I sat there and I was like, this is just strange, right? Because they did the announcement, and it was an hour later, and the official announcement hadn't come, and then it was another hour, and it was another hour. And then they finally made the official announcement, and we find out that Harriet Tubman's on the front and Andrew Jackson is on the back.
Yeah.
Right? He's on the back. It's a totally different story. And it's one, if I had a lot of resources, I would actually jump in there and try to figure out what happened. Because from the outside looking in, what happened was somebody was like, all right, we're doing Harriet. Then somebody found out about it and was like, oh, no. No, you're not doing that. For a publicist to say you're going to make an announcement that day of a government agency and then the announcement doesn't come till like 4 o'clock, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
So the point about waiting, I mean, I think if you can't beat people on speed, if you don't have thousands of people out there, all the bodies to cross-check, all that stuff, I do think the better thing is to sit down, think about it, and do your due diligence. Like, you be the accurate one. Because there's going to be a bunch of people doing everything, and then it's just up to somebody to sort it out. So, yeah.
And lastly, I like Akiba, I don't have an activism background. I've been in media, storytelling, I guess, for most of my career, but I have not been out, doing the work of activism. And I say that because I think that work requires a certain respect from us journalists. We need to respect that me writing a column on MTV's website is not activism. That is, I'm trying to tell other people's stories or convey my own perspective about what's happening in the world, but that is not activism. And so what I think, I think that line has been blurred a little bit from both sides. And so what I think what's best to do is two things. If somebody from the activism space wants to write an op-ed or, what have you, there's space to do that. And just, make sure you pitch to the proper publications. Make sure that you think about where you want that op-ed to live. When I was at the New Republic, I would often get submissions from people who wanted to say something that was activist in nature, but it was more of like a promotion for what they were doing. Say like an activity, or like we're going to have this rally and I want to do an op-ed. And that's not really, that's not really something I think a lot of people will take. But there's room for essays and all kinds of personal perspectives all over the web. And I think that, the more the black spaces proliferate, the more, opportunities people are going to have to say, like, look, this is my story. And I just want to tell it. And I'm not trying to advocate for a particular event or march or rally, but this is what's happening in my neighborhood, and I need people to know about it, and I need people to hear my unvarnished version of it. And I think that there is room for that, and I think, with the right editors, the voice will come out even stronger and more effective.
And let me just add quickly here so as someone who's sort of like situated between multiple worlds, how tricky this work can be. So I've had to actually say, I can't write this story. or I'm not in the best position to write this story because I have to be transparent. Like, so Darnell, write this story about Black Lives Matter. Because as a journalist, if I'm going to write the story, I have to write a variety of different perspectives. Does this make sense? And sometimes this gets really political. So it's like, you know, I wish I could give y'all some examples. But I have to, I'm like, if I'm going to really tell this story journalistically, if I'm going to report, what would it mean if I have to get a perspective that may jive against an entire thought process that we may have around a movement at this moment? Because I would actually have to do that, right? So to the point that was made here, like, it isn't some enterprise of just like storytelling. It's a very type of skilled work that one has to do and one must learn to do. And I don't know if that's a work that all of us are called to do. And I want to be very clear, for me, it's very, very hard. And I run a very tricky line every single day, depending on the type of story that I'm telling. And I actually have to make decisions not to tell a story or report, given my proximity to certain people and certain events.
Sorry. Hey, I'm Fresco. I am the digital strategist with BYP 100. Thank you. And I think my question piggybacks off of the previous question. Darnell, you spoke in the beginning about how you're intentional about building relationship with activist organizations and different pieces of movement. I know I've talked to you, Akiba, about work in Chicago. Yes. But how are you guys intentional about building those relationships with different organizations and different activism to lift up the voices that don't have the digital capital that some others have?
Yep. It's simple as, so the benefit of being multiply placed is that I know a lot of these folk. So it's as easy as me reaching out or saying, like, if there's something you need, like I talked to you earlier, if there is some way that I can partner with you around either, if I can't write a story or if it's not the outlet that I work for, connecting you to people that can, right, to get the story out. Right. Many of us serve as, I think Brittany does this well, Dr. Cooper, many of us serve as like clearinghouses, if I can use that word. Akiba, for a range of different organizers and activists and organizations across the country and sometimes around the world. And even if we may not have if it may not be the spaces we're working in where the story can be told, every day I'm trying to figure out how we can get stories shared across various platforms. So that looks like, okay, I have this video project. Let me figure out how I can get such and such covered. Okay, I know these 5 writers who cover these particular areas. I'm going to send their contacts over to such and such organization because they're going to be pivotal for them. Brittany Farrell and Alexis right now are facing some horrible shit by Ferguson police. Jamila, Zach, Josie Duffy, Deli, y'all write about these issues. Can you reach out to Brittany and Alexis to cover these stories? But a lot of this requires relationship building. Yes. You understand? So like I know, like, these are folk we know that we are in community with, and it means I want to utilize whatever resources and whatever space, whatever privileges I have for the purposes of forging those type of connections.
I mean, I'm still working on that, and I find it actually kind of difficult because, again, because my approach is more journalistic than anything, even if people don't perceive it that way, there are key things that I struggle with. Like, number one, I have so many random people who don't even have a lot of money who pitch me every day. Yeah. They pitch me every day. They let me know when they're going to be around. You know, they will say, oh, I can write the piece in 20 minutes, whatever it is. No, I mean, I don't believe them, but but what I'm saying is that a lot of people who don't really, in my opinion, deserve our platform are a lot more about outreach and forthcoming about what they're doing before they do it, while they're doing it, after they do it. And sometimes, especially if you are a low resource publication like Color Lines, it gets really difficult to do the outreach that we need to do, in that again is relationship building. And for me, like, I don't want my entry point with someone who's doing incredible work to me, me being like, oh, the news cycle is, like, I don't want that. So the easiest way, I think, or the clearest way, there are two things that I've seen that have been happening a lot that I think is really valuable. For the campus protests, I've seen protesters make videos of themselves, right? Because once you make a video telling the story, that journalists who you might not know can actually tell the story of your video, right? They're not going to act like, oh, I investigated that and this is what happened, but they have something that you created, right? And I think that's like good for college students in particular. Another thing that I've seen that is really, really useful is people literally finding like the person that they're supposed to talk to. And I've seen people email everybody on the staff. It's a not great thing, but what it does do is it forces everybody on that staff to figure out what to do with your pitch. It's not the best practice, but it is a practice that I've seen work. And then finally, just like, I think that one thing that I have to do is I have to, because I've dealt with so many kinds of people, and a lot of people have been publicists, and this is their job. Like, I've had to really sit down and say, what this thing that happened didn't mean the same thing as when the lipstick publicist did it. Right? Like, things like, we work on a story for 6 months, and then the same exact story comes out with the same exact people in another publication that the activists pitched to us. Like, that's something that is not okay on our side, but on the activist side, it is okay because you want to get your story out to as many people as possible. So it's like a learning curve, basically.
Yeah, I'll just add that, two of the tools that I basically use with that is, if you see activists say at an event like this, or, at another place, whether it's a protest or what have you, make sure, you approach them and make them understand that you don't want anything from them right at that moment. I'm Jamil Smith. I'm with MTV News. It's nice to meet you. Is there a way we can potentially keep in contact if you guys have anything that you guys would like us to know about? Because I want to make myself as available to them as they would be to me as a source. And then lastly, if you're going someplace, if I'm going to Chicago like I did for the Trump rally recently, make sure that they, BYP and other activists are at the top of your call list. Make sure they understand that you're reaching out to them early. And I think people value, they understand when they're not the last call that you've been making. They understand. It's like, okay, wait, are they just calling at this end because they just need to get the Black perspective on this thing? And okay, we understand where you're coming from. No, make the call before you get on the plane. And that's what I try to make sure that I do. Make sure that you value those sources as much as you do with campaigns or any other sort of more official source.
I think we're at time, yes? Yes, we're on time. Oh, okay. Thank you all for allowing us to engage you in conversation.
We gonna get it together. All right, we gonna try the third time. Good evening. Good evening. Yay. All right. So thank y'all so much for hanging out and giving us this full day. We so appreciate you. We were thinking, we know that it's been a long day, but as you can see, there's so much abundance in this conversation, and we wanted to try to stretch our coffers and get in as much as we possibly could in this moment in time that we have together. So we have the pleasure of coming to the end by thinking through digital activism, and I'm going to let our very capable, newly tenured moderator take us on home. But the thing, I tell people that you're newly tenured every time I get the opportunity.
Yes, but I'm not the moderator. That's the part I'm.
Are you the presenter? I'm sorry, Tiaga's moderator. Look, it's been a long day, so I'm gonna use it as an excuse now. Okay, so, but the thing to say is, for so many of us who do work in digital space, this is a really important conversation because the world really shifted in a significant way on August 9th, 2014. And changed the way many of us thought about the work we were doing. But the other thing that hopefully this conversation will allow us to remember is that there were many, many, many people and organizations who had been doing the work well before August 9th, 2014. And so we have the opportunity to bring all of these kinds of people into the conversation. So that's what we hope to do a little bit of as we close this out. I have also been told, and I'll tell you again at the end, we have wonderful commemorative posters for this event. So for those of you who are still into the physical archive and like to have things to frame, we have some down at the front desk, and so at the front table if you want to pick one up before you go. But let's get started. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kienga Yamanta Taylor. I'm an assistant professor of African American Studies at Princeton University. And I am very happy to be able to moderate the closing plenary today on digital activism. So the way that we're going to do this is I'm going to introduce the panelists who are all going to give brief opening statements, and then we will include the audience with questions and answers, comments, and try to get a interesting and thorough discussion happening to close out what has been a very useful, important, and interesting conference thus far. So first we have Alex Alonso, who is a gang researcher in LA. I'm going to introduce everybody first, and then people can give their introductory comments. Alex is a gang researcher in LA, specializing in California prison gangs, territorial-based street gangs, geography of crime, and race and ethnic studies. His research has linked census data to gang neighborhoods to reveal socioeconomic realities of gang neighborhoods, analyzed the geography of homicides, modeling predictive patterns, and mapped over 1,300 gangs in LA, Orange, Ventura, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties. Alex is on the faculty at Cal State Long Beach in the Chicano and Latino Studies Department. Melanie Price is an associate professor of Africana Studies and Political Science here at Rutgers. Price earned her PhD in political science from The Ohio State University in 2003, The Ohio State. Her research interests include public opinion, Black politics, social movements, and political psychology. Dr. Price is author of Dreaming Blackness, Black Nationalism, and African American Public Opinion, a publication from the New York University Press in 2006, and also a forthcoming book that I am extremely excited to read, The Race Whisperer, Barack Obama and the Political Uses of Race, which is also an NYU publication, which Melanie assures us will be out in June. So keep an eye peeled for that. And then finally, Jonathan Fenderson, an assistant professor of African and African American Studies at Washington University in St. Louis. Dr. Fenderson earned his PhD in African American Studies at the University of Massachusetts in 2011. He is also author of a forthcoming article in the Journal of African American History titled When the Revolution Comes, new scholarship on Black student activism in the Black Studies movement, a review essay. So with no further ado, I'm going to open things up with Alex, and we will get underway.
Thank you very much. I'm going to focus my talk on a website that I created back in 1995 at the University of Southern California, which is called streetgangs.com. And streetgangs.com started off as a project as an undergrad, as a senior undergrad student, that a professor said, the internet is a new device, and one of our jobs is to create a website. So I decided I'm going to create a website about street gangs. And early on in my research on gangs, I'm a geographer, so I was really interested in space and place and how gangs form in certain communities and how gangs didn't form. And I was really interested in the contemporary gangs in LA, the Bloods and the Crips. But when I started to delve into that story, I realized to tell the contemporary story of street gangs, I actually had to go back a few decades to tell the story of the gangs that existed during the 40s and the 50s. And this is a map that I created after getting oral histories from many of the gang members that were active in the 40s, 50s, and early 60s. And the story that started to develop was one of a social movement that occurred in the 1960s. You can't really tell the story of the current street gangs in Los Angeles without really telling that story of the 1960s. And what I've learned was that many of the guys that were involved in street gangs in the 40s, late 40s, throughout the 50s and early 60s, became active in the local political movement in Los Angeles. So these were former gang members, and everyone knows the national movement that took place, but there was an actual very powerful local movement in Los Angeles, and it was pretty much led by former gang members. And John Huggins and Bunchy Carter were some of the leaders at the time. And when I was trying to undo this story of the Bloods and Crips, I was surprised to find out that there's this story of the Los Angeles chapter of the Black Panthers that a lot of people don't know about, because Oakland is the founding party, the founding chapter of the Black Panther Party. But there was a Los Angeles chapter, and actually the Los Angeles chapter is the chapter that interfaced with law enforcement more than any other Panthers. And in 1969, these two guys, these leaders, were actually shot and killed at UCLA. And this is tied into understanding the story of the contemporary street gangs in Los Angeles. And what I found out was that there was a lot of state-sanctioned violence involved in the early formation of street gangs in Los Angeles. The conflict that occurred with the Black Panthers and other black political organizations, and the pretty much assassinations and annihilation of many of the local leaders in Los Angeles due to COINTELPRO. So what happens in the late 60s, early 70s, that's when we see that birth of new street gangs forming in Los Angeles. And I'm doing all this research while creating this website in the mid to late 1990s, and I'm putting all this information online as I'm learning it. So this is some mapping that I did of gangs that existed in the 70s and 80s. I found some old maps, I digitized them in what's called geographic information systems, and I found that there was 18 black street gangs in Los Angeles in 72. And then that grew to 60 in 78, and then I went out in the field in 1996 and was able to identify 270 street gangs. So this phenomenon was certainly growing and proliferating just within Los Angeles County. So you go from 18 gangs to 270 gangs in a rather short period of time. And one of the things I do with this website is I try to dispel a lot of myths about street gangs. I'm sure many of us have some preconceived notions about street gangs, but a lot of the literature and the research on street gangs is contrary to what the media and law enforcement reports. So one of the things that I think is really important to know is that not all gang members are violent offenders. Many people might be surprised at that, but actually a minority of the gang membership in Los Angeles and many other cities are involved in the violent activity. Of course, we paint a broad brush on the street gang, and the actions of the minority get put on the majority. This is a homicide trend line for the city of LA from the late 60s all the way up to 2015, and you can see the fluctuations in homicides throughout the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And we're at the lowest time historically, not just in Los Angeles, but in many cities across the United States. There were 280 citywide homicides last year, and that's the lowest in the history when you also count the population growth at the same time. It's close to 4 million people in Los Angeles. And just to see the difference between gang and non-gang, the red line are the non-gang and the blue line is the gang-related homicides in the city. And you can see how it's trending down. The last year for the data here is 2013. Another myth is that you're in the gang forever. In fact, a lot of the research shows that a majority of people that join the gang as a teenager around the ages of 14 or 15, they leave the gang within the first year. So that dispels a myth that is perpetrated through the media. It's also perpetrated through television shows and movies, that once you're in a gang, you're in it forever. And the literature obviously shows that this is not the case. Another myth, especially as it relates to Los Angeles, is that there is no race war between African Americans and Latinos in Los Angeles. Despite the stories, despite the coverage, despite any sort of videos or commentaries that you may see online, the data doesn't support it. A majority of African Americans are killed by other African Americans, and the same for Latinos. Now, there are times where blacks and Latinos conflict with each other, but a majority of those cases are rooted in some sort of gang conflict. Maybe it's drug-related, but it's certainly not race-related, despite any other stories that you may hear. Gang injunctions, for those that don't know, are civil lawsuits that the city attorney or the district attorney can file against a street gang and prevent them from hanging out in public spaces. And I theorize that the gang injunctions have nothing to do with the crime of a particular neighborhood. It's more rooted into certain types of communities with certain characteristics are targeted for either redevelopment purposes, gentrification, or displacement. Many of the gangs that have been injuncted are some of your average run-of-the-mill gangs, and the gangs that you would expect to be targeted by the law enforcement or by this tool have not been. This map it shows all the spaces within Los Angeles where gang members are prohibited from associating with each other and doing a variety of other activities. And this is one of the more passionate subjects that I'm involved in and that I communicate through the website, is this gang injunction process that a lot of people are not familiar with. For example, they provide a safety zone where you're not supposed to engage in, but this is more of a displacement tool. For example, in this map, the area in yellow is the gang that's being targeted. That's their turf. But the green area is the safety zone where they're not allowed to associate and be involved in any of the restrictions that are listed on the injunction. So this is a 9 square mile area for a gang that's just 1 square mile large. Fifth myth, to be listed on a gang injunction, you actually don't even have to be a criminal, you don't have to have any history of crime, it's just the police officer's decision to target you and have you listed on the injunction. Many people think that we need an injunction because we have crime going on in the neighborhood, but many people that are listed on the injunction have never been arrested, never been to jail. In fact, the first time many people ever go to jail are for violating the injunction, which is a little bizarre. Now, my website has covered many stories over the years, and one of the stories that we've probably covered more than any of the mainstream media outlets was the Stanley Tookie Williams execution back in 2005. In fact, we have more digital coverage of this story, this incident, this event, than any other website. And this is just a picture, a capture of an interview I did with Jamie Foxx, because he actually played Stanley Tookie Williams in a movie called Redemption. Another story that was high profile in Los Angeles was the Jamil Shaw homicide. And we actually provided more digital stories, more coverage of this story and the trial of the assailant than any other media outlet, including the Los Angeles Times, any of the local media or national media. The Oscar Grant case in Fruitvale Station in the Bay Area. They moved the trial to Los Angeles. We decided to cover it. And we actually have more digital stories, more videos, more photos than any other media outlet that covered this case. In fact, we were the only organization that was in the trial from the opening statements to the verdict. And then this is a case that we were involved in. We actually captured the killing of an unarmed person by the LAPD. And the video that we shot was actually used to file a $15 million lawsuit against the city by attorney Carl Douglas, who was one of Johnny Cochran's attorneys back in the day. And it was streetgangs.com that actually captured this footage and was the center of the case. And then more recently, we covered a trial in Denver, Colorado, a very high-profile case of an anti-gang, a former gang member that turned activist that ended up shooting a guy from his old gang because of threats. He was charged with attempted murder. He gave us an exclusive interview right before his trial, and he was acquitted and found not guilty of all charges. And then more recently, in Los Angeles, Ezell Ford, that doesn't really get the national attention. He was shot in the back by the LAPD. We actually interviewed the only eyewitness to that case, a guy named Leroy Hill, who has since was shot and killed months later. But he didn't do any interviews for the mainstream media. He granted us the interview, and I was very honored that he spoke to us. And then lastly, we tell stories of gang members. We let them tell their stories in their voices. We let women have a voice. Well, women gang members are the least researched in the literature, and we give them a voice. We don't do sound bites. We don't chop the videos down. We give you 10, 15, 20 minutes of what they have to say. We talk to victims, mothers of gang members, and we let them tell their story without it being chopped up and edited as the mainstream media does. And then we also talk to gang members who've been victimized by by being involved in this activity. These are 3 paraplegics that we recently interviewed. And then lastly, this is the most recent interview. The website has grown so much over the years that I just posted this video a few days ago, and on YouTube it's already at 73,000 views in like 6 or 7 days. So it's an area, a digital space, talking about a topic that doesn't get the coverage, and I'm very proud of the growth that the website has received over the years. And I'll end it on that note. Thank you.
Jonathan Fenderson will be next.
I went 1 minute over.
No, you're good.
So first, just let me say it's really awesome to be here, and I want to thank the people who put this together. Dr. Gray was saying that it was actually 1.5 years of planning, which is very impressive. And oftentimes we come to these kind of events and we relish our time on the stage, but it's really important to acknowledge the people who put the work in to build the stage. So thank you all. It's good to be here. So I've really been wrestling with what I want to cover in my brief 10 minutes, and what I really want to do is to get into the question period. But I was on the phone last night with an organizer in St. Louis by the name of Kayla Reed. And so I wanted to acknowledge her as kind of my co-conspirator on this. I bounced all of my ideas off of her, and she gave me ideas as well. And so she's somebody who has been committed to St. Louis organizing since Mike Brown, and somebody who I follow on the ground. And so although she's not here with us, she's a person who had a lot of insight in terms of this presentation. And what I wanted to do was actually introduce you all to her digitally with this short clip. So part of the reason why I really wanted to show this clip was not just because she's a co-conspirator, but also because Kayla is somebody who's been very committed to the local story. And as Ferguson grew and became a kind of national story, and we saw these cases pop up in different places, some of the local people really started to fall out of the narrative. And so for me, I really think it's important to lift up local people, but not just local people because they're local, but local people who are committed to actually changing the people's lives on the ground. Obviously, the stuff happening in Ferguson is not over. St. Louis is not over. But I'm going to shift a little bit to get into this whole notion of Black digital activism. Right? I'm mainly going to ask questions. But there are a few things about activism that we were able to kind of see emerge out of Ferguson and that I think we all universally accept, right? Particularly the role of Twitter and how Twitter was really essential in raising issues. And in the 1960s and 70s, Black feminists would have actually referred to this as consciousness raising. I'm thinking of people like Barbara Smith and the Third World Women's Alliance, right? But there's a way that Twitter has been very effective at consciousness raising. Obviously, we can also talk about mobilizing, and things like Occupy Slew were done completely through Twitter, right? But actually telling people where and when to show up and what we're gonna do, those things were all done through Twitter. Of course, narrative framing, and a lot of people have talked about this, right? The way that Twitter has been useful in kind of countering narratives, reframing narratives, so forth and so on. And then the democratized access to Twitter, and we say to a certain degree, and we will get into that a little bit more. But there are some critiques of digital activism that I think we should put on the table as well, and this is kind of what I want to get into and discuss during the question and answer period. But some of the critiques, they revolve around 4 areas, right? Some of it is about the medium, right? How social media can serve as an echo chamber. And then there's this whole question about the digital divide. And if in a place like St. Louis where you have like straight up segregation, North City is predominantly populated by older black people. And we do a lot of organizing in North City around housing. And Darlene Clark-Hine actually raised the question about housing and kind of like the room just went silent, right? But there's this whole disconnect with what are the issues that are impacting younger Black people and what are the issues that are impacting older Black people. And of course these overlap. But the digital divide is something that really impacts older Black people in particular, so it's something we should think about, right? The same thing goes with users, who's on Twitter, who's on social media. And then also this way that you kind of get privilege or cachet by your digital literacy, right? And so there's a whole bunch of organizers in St. Louis, people like Shermelle Humphrey, Janina Jenkins, who were like there on the very first day when everything went down, and they've been there. You know, they call themselves A1s from day one, right? They've been there throughout. But their digital literacy isn't something, they're not really into the digital world, right? And so then how do we actually talk about their stories and capture their stories and not erase them, right? And then there's this whole question around culture and practice on Twitter, right? We know that Twitter is a space where call-out culture exists and thrives, right? And then Kayla raises to me this whole notion of subtweeting, which I was familiar with. But she said that subtweeting is also part of a dissolution of dialogue, and dialogue is something that's essential to organizing. So for her, that was one of the major kind of things that she feels frustrated about with Twitter, right? Because when you organize, you're building relationships, and when you're not really in dialogue, it's hard to build those relationships, right? Obviously, Jamila did a great job talking about clapping back and, you know, getting dragged, all those types of things. But then Kayla raised another issue, which I think is important. She said that retweets and repetition are more important than accuracy, right? And that's something that we really, really have to wrestle with. And it really breaks down in this whole, like, when we think about who has followers, who doesn't have followers, who gets retweets, who doesn't get retweets, right? But it also revolves around this notion of accuracy, right? Because a person has 1 million followers doesn't mean the story they're telling is actually accurate. And that's something we really have to wrestle with, right? This is another thing that I wanted to get into, and this is also another nod to Dr. Hine, right? But there's a way that on Twitter, we oftentimes substitute representational issues for bread and butter issues, right? So when we talk about housing or food, right, that's a bread and butter issue. Right? But on Twitter, that's not a space that we really get into depth around that stuff. And that's something that we really need to think about in terms of digital organizing. Also, you could talk about the ways that Twitter reproduces inequality. And Kayla talked about this notion of a digital ceiling, and I understood what she was saying. When you get to a certain number of followers, right, the world is yours on Twitter. But it's until you get to that number, right, you kind of struggle, you don't get as many retweets, so forth and so on. But when you get to a certain number of followers, you become bulletproof, right? And so it's almost a point where you no longer have to defend yourself because you have so many followers that they will come and defend you, you know? And so that's something I think we should think about because it is a certain level of inequality that exists there, right? And also this notion of like followers equaling legitimacy. But I'm gonna wrap up here. I got a bunch of questions that I would like us to get into. But if we acknowledge the ways Twitter and other social media remain useful to social movements, have we wrestled with the ways Twitter may lead to an erosion of our understanding of activism and more importantly, organizing, right? Because there's a difference between activism and organizing. So that's one question I wanna wrestle with. Brittany brought up neoliberalism. I was like, yes, I wanna get into it. I know she was like, he always want to talk about neoliberalism, right? But if neoliberalism thrives in the realm of representation, right, in the representational realm, and you could think of things like kind of moves to make capitalism multicultural, right, so that you don't just have like white people running businesses, white men running businesses, but we want to make it a more multicultural thing. Or if you think about like discourses of diversity or lean-in feminism, right? But if neoliberalism thrives in the realm of the representational, how effective has Black Twitter been at challenging the dominant ideology of the day? Like, we really have to wrestle with that. And I shouldn't make it sound like we expect Twitter to do everything, Black Twitter to do everything. I'm not arguing that at all, but it's something that we should think about. Right now, I'm teaching this class on radical Black women across the 20th century. And on Wednesday, we'll be reading Angela Davis's new book, Freedom is a Constant Struggle. And on the first page of that book, she says, progressive struggles, whether they are focused on racism and are added heterosexism and sexism, repression, poverty, or other issues, are doomed to fail if they do not also attempt to develop a consciousness of the insidious promotion of capitalist individualism. And this came up in the last plenary session. I think it's something that I would like us to revisit. But it leads me to my last question, right? Is there a way to effectively use Twitter and other social media for movement building without also reproducing social hierarchies and the inequalities of celebrity culture, right? On Twitter, we love celebrity culture, and there's a lot of celebs that I love and I follow. But we also have to talk about the way that celebrity culture is based on inequality, right? And what role do we have to play in that when we're so steeped in celebrity culture? So those are just a few of the things I want to talk about. I'm looking forward to the question and answer period.
Last up, we have Melanie Price.
I know this is a digital conference, but I have no slides. It's all in a old school notebook. So we're gonna see how it goes. Okay, so I'm a professor of I do Black politics. I'm not a professor, I do Black politics. And so when I'm looking at events, I'm always trying to look at them, especially in terms of sort of that lineage, right? I mean, in the same way the historians are like, it's a much similar process where we're trying to understand, okay, this is interesting, new, and innovative, but what is it like, right? Is there something that I can learn from the past? And so as I think about digital activism, I think all social and political movements that thrive in any point in history use the technologies of their time and combine them with the technologies of the street, right? So in the civil rights movement, they use the technologies of their time. They were using that mimeograph. Y'all probably don't know what that is if you're too young, but it was a machine where they used to have to crank it over and over and over, and they were cranking it up. So they were using, Joanne Robinson Grant talks about how when Rosa Parks was arrested, she didn't even wait to talk to Rosa. She just went right to the university and started mimeographing flyers about how they were getting ready to boycott, right? That ain't digital, but it's technology, right? And so they use their telephones, which I guess was, cutting edge then. Different kinds of telephones. But I want us to think about that, right? Like, movements that thrive, embrace, engage, and utilize technology. In the digital spaces that we talk about today, young people are doing the same thing. And they're using the technologies and the networks of the street, but those technologies have somehow become digital streets, right? My sister Melinda likes to say that Twitter is like a street corner where no one ever gets punched, and that's why they don't know to stop, right? Isn't that smart?
Yeah.
We're twins. I take credit for it. So she says, like when you were a kid and you were arguing with people on the corner, somebody would just punch you in the face, and the strongest person would be like, okay, that was too far. I'm stepping back. But now on Twitter, there's nobody to ever really tell you it's time to step back now, right? And so we're thinking about the ways in which these digital streets are being used by young people in the same way that the streets in the 1960s were being used. And so when I think about Black Lives Matter, I think it's a young movement. It's young in years, but it's also young in the people who are the mechanism by which it functions. And so those two things are particularly important. It's not unique in that many movements are movements of the young, right? They are the people who have the freedom. They have the fewer entanglements. They don't have 401ks that they're trying to preserve. I mean, there are lots of reasons why young people are engaged in a lot of these movements. But I also have been comparing them or trying to get my students to think about two other movements that I think are really connected. So I mentioned one, which was the civil rights movement, which happens in the 1960s, but also think about the anti-apartheid movement, which was a student-led movement in the 1980s. Right? And both of those movements are times where, especially in the academy, you see real change. So in the 1960s, if you look at Rutgers, for instance, in the 1960s is when you see, so we know Paul Robeson went here back in the day, but Paul Robeson was here alone for the most part. But in the 1960s, this is when you see this large influx of students on predominantly white campuses coming in, and when they come in, that is a result of the work of the civil rights movement. You don't change the student body necessarily in the 1980s when you see the anti-apartheid movement, but what you do see is a real impact on how the university spends its money. And so divestment, what is happening with endowments, all those things come into play in their understanding of that. It seems to me that in part of the movement that's happening right now, students are saying, okay, we're here. Okay, we are more conscious of how you spend your money, but also we want you to be more conscious of what our presents mean. We want you to be more conscious. In some ways, they're relitigating the past, but they're also really thinking about the future and thinking about the ways in which corporatization and all these other things start to narrow. Because in corporations, the most vulnerable things are the things that always get kicked out first, and that tends to be minorities. Right? So one of the questioners earlier was talking about the ways in which in journalism, you see all these black journalists who are losing their positions, and a lot of it is because as you start to downsize, those kinds of things that become expendable are culture, people who do culture, for instance. But I've also been thinking about the ways in which digital activists use digital mediums. So I think about anti-violence groups who monitor Twitter arguments for people in their communities, right? And look at the ways in which things start to escalate on Twitter before they actually escalate into the streets. That happens. So you have people, so if you look in Chicago, I'm missing their names right now, I just can't think of it. One of the things that they talked about was that they had people whose job it was to sort of watch what people in the community were talking about on Twitter. Because you could see things escalating on Twitter before they escalated in actual physical space.
Chicago Police Department?
Well, I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. So also, sometimes tweets can be retweeted, and then those tweets can turn into public sites of protest, right? So many people were just showing up places over the last couple of years because they saw on Twitter. There was no real training about what was going to happen when you would get there. It's like, I saw on Twitter that we should all storm Madison Square Garden, and that is what I shall do. So that sort of thing. Jonathan talked about how the ways in which the number of Twitter followers we have become a certain kind of street cred. Physical location becomes less important. So you can be in Pittsburgh agitating people. It wasn't necessarily a shout out, but okay. You can be in Pittsburgh agitating people in Los Angeles, and you're like, I'm gonna come to your house. And you'd be like, nope, I'm in Pittsburgh. I'm just on digital spaces harassing you from Pittsburgh across the country. So I'm trying to think about sort of what this means and what kinds of challenges it raises for us politically. And I think I'm just going to offer up some of those challenges and we'll see how it goes. I think as the internet and access to the internet and the digital gives you the freedom to move across these geographic spaces, I think there are ways in which it also allows us to violate boundaries of individuals all the time. And I think about the ways in which, for instance, we talk about CNN and MSNBC and their replaying of these videos of people dying. And I'm like, why in the hell does MSNBC and NBC? But these things are also being retweeted. And there are plenty of people in the Black community who are watching these like they are a part of CSI, Law and Order, NSCSI, Special Victims Unit, right? And they are watching this stuff over and over again and digesting it over and over again. And they're talking about it like, I saw lights coming from the gunshots. And I'm like, what do you know? Like, you probably know something about guns, but are you that much of an expert that you can read videos? And what is this doing to your soul in the process? But not just that. I think about people who sell T-shirts on Teesprings, right? So Mike Brown died. You live in Cleveland, and you all of a sudden have a business selling Mike Brown T-shirts on Teesprings, right? That's a boundary violation, right? Thinking about the ways in which we tend to commodify those spaces. So I don't have much else to say there, but I'm going to offer it up. My biggest concern, by the way, about some of these videos, that's the thing that I have the most trouble with, is trying to develop some kind of ethic around it. Thinking about the ways in which, as a community, as a people, we are going to treat these videos of massacre. And thinking about the ways in which we can educate, without doing continuous harm and without oversaturating. And so I'm thinking about that, and I've been thinking about it a lot because I went to Prairie View A&M University, where Sandra Bland was, she wasn't murdered at the university, but in Prairie View. I watched that video one time. I knew the street, my nephew, my sister, my niece-in-law. We all went to school there. My nephew was in the band with Sandra Bland. We watched that video, but watching it wasn't watching something disparate. I was watching a street that I had traveled up and down many times. And there are people for all of those videos for whom watching them, it's not a distant place. They're watching their own community. They're watching cops bear up and murder people on the street where they have to walk the next day, right? And so we need to think about the ways in which we are violating any sense of community or any sense of safety for people like who have the obligation to continue to walk those streets. And so it's a thing that I'm really sort of thinking about, like, what is the ethic around the sharing of these videos? And after you've seen 10, how many more do you need to see? By far the worst thing, by the way, is when I saw on CNN one time, they just had like a multi-screen graphic. The whole screen was different Black people being murdered. And I'm like, is this for real? Like, and the guy's just talking behind it. Like, as if a picture of trees and beaches are the thing behind him. Probably Don Lemon. But anyway, or somebody else talking in that way. I'm interested too, as a person who, I use digital media, I use that stuff, but I'm not immersed in it in the way that my students are. But I'm very interested in it as a space for learning. That's the thing that most concerns me. The thing is, when you're doing stuff in small individual groups, especially with people you know, often people you know personally, there's often the benefit of the doubt given. When you don't know a person, when all you know is this person is crunky 27, you don't know them, they say something, it's very difficult to distinguish between well-meaning learners, that is, people who are asking questions for real interest, and people who are actual trolls. Because on digital spaces, they look the same. There's no tone. There's no thing you can put in there that can be like, I'm just asking, because trolls also say, I'm just asking. And so I'm trying to think about the ways in which we need to think about these spaces as spaces for learning. I think town halls and those kinds of things can do it sometimes. Twitter town halls, I've seen those in ways that they work. But we need to think about ways in which people can use these as learning spaces in ways that people don't get silenced or dragged. Like, those aren't the two results of that. As we move forward, I think the thing we know about technologies of social movements is that social movements start to die when opposing forces catch up with the technology, right? So in the civil rights movement, I'll use this as an example, sit-ins were very innovative. I know they don't seem like it now, but they were super innovative. And so people would go to lunch counters and they would sit in and they worked very well until some white resistor was like, you know what? You can't sit in if you ain't got no seats. Movement. That part of the movement gone. Or you can't do this thing if this thing is closed. And so I think it's important for us to start thinking about the ways in which policing and all those things are also looking at these technological and digital innovations that activists are using to also use that. Because it turns out that police also monitor YouTube. Police also monitor Twitter. Police use Facebook accounts in their investigations. And so how are we going to stay ahead of those kinds of curves? How are we going to think about the ways in which we continue to innovate and the ways in which we're going to use digital spaces going forward? Probably the thing that I've talked about most in relationship to digital activism and its connection to things that I'm most interested in the past few months has been the ways in which digital spaces like the Black Youth Project have really been able to harness and mobilize electoral politics. And so the biggest story we've had, I know people are really enjoying like shitting on Donald Trump and talking about Hillary versus Bernie, but the biggest story by far, I think, for Black people has been the removal of prosecutors in Cleveland and Chicago, right? And what we've seen is people, the Black Youth Project, we know how they started, right? They started as an online project. And they, along with other groups, have managed to unseat a prosecutor. And for African Americans in cities, the prosecutor, probably Black people are tried, they are victims, they are families of people being tried, and they are families of victims. And so prosecutors have an impact on your actual daily lives. And what we have seen is that they have been able to transform the digital into something that has resulted in electoral outcomes. And I don't want to privilege voting. Like, I'm actually a person who studies voting, but I don't privilege it as like the end all be all of politics, right? So I want to say that to say that there are ways in which you can harness the digital to have impact on lots of things if you're interested in actually sort of seeing that happen. What's interesting to me is I was talking to two of the young women here, and I'm going to finish with that, about, oh, this is amazing. Like, I keep telling everybody, you got to watch Chicago. And one of the women just says, we're flying by the seat of our pants. And I was like, when you talk to Diane Nash probably in 1963, she probably would have told you, we're flying by the seat of our pants. She would have said the same thing, because what you're doing is you're learning while doing. Right? The process of flying by the seat of your pants is a process, because you don't unseat prosecutors by the seat of your pants. You might be learning in the moment, you might be researching, you might be learning new skills and tools on the go, but that's a process that is important to understand, important to know, and important for us to really model and think about what are the ways in which we can use retweets, likes, posts, impressions to actually make actual impressions on the lives of people, to actually make people's lives more likable, to make people want to be in places that is worth passing on to another person, right? Think about the ways in which we can activate those things. And with that, I'm done. Thank
you. So thanks to the panelists. I want to throw things open to the crowd. I think that some of the questions that Jonathan raised about the pros and cons of social media are certainly up for debate. I also wanted to include a question to think about, which is, I should also say that I just recently had a book published called From Black Lives Matter, from hashtag Black Lives Matter to Black Liberation, which is really trying to understand why the Black Lives Matter movement erupted at this period in time of the greatest concentration of Black political power in American history. But one of the slogans from the movement, or one of the characterizations of the movement has been, "This is not your grandparents' civil rights movement." And I think that, that has been interpreted in many ways. I think one of the interpretations of that has to do with the incorporation of social media and the way that it has allowed a certain independence for activists to circumvent traditional means, or what are perceived as traditional means of activism, for activists to be able to control their own narrative and intervention in the movement that is not necessarily filtered through the mainstream media. But I also wonder, in this particular moment where I think we are seeing 19, 20 months into the movement, we've seen how social media, the videos that people have talked about, have shown an intense spotlight on the practices of police, so that no thinking person really can say that these are just the actions of rogue officers or bad apples, but that there is something more deeply systemic that is happening. I think right now we're also seeing the resilience of the political establishment to protect the political status quo when it comes to police killings and police murders. And I think there are multiple examples of that. From there have been 20 unarmed black men killed by the police this year. And there have been very few punishments of police in response to that. The American police are averaging killing 80 people a month since the beginning of the year. I think the failure, the granting of bail, for example, of Laquan McDonald's killer in Chicago, and that example has replicated itself in many places. The failure to indict the killers of Tamir Rice and countless other people, so on and so forth. And so I'm wondering how also, while social media has helped to expose these issues, what is next in terms of actually being able to transform what is happening in American policing right now, and what role can social media play in that? So I think that is one of many questions that arise as we sort of assess the last couple of years, but also as we pivot and look towards the future and the future of this movement. So with that, I'll open it up for...
Can I say, but also it's important because the police departments are already, cities are already legislating against the use of social media, the way in which social media is used to police the police, right?
Exactly.
And so recording the police in places is now illegal. Lots of things in the ways in which we use social media, it's being legislated out of to be illegal. And so we have to start thinking about, okay, when this kind of thing becomes illegal, what is the next thing we can do for exposure? Because there's going to come a time, by the way, when these videos that we see, like people standing there actually videoing, like unless you have a surreptitious camera, it's going to be more and more difficult to do.
So with that, let's open things up for questions, comments, contributions.
Mics. Wait for the mic, please.
Hey, Matt Williams with, listen, it's been a long day. With Wake Forest University, and I just wanted to respond to your comment about it not being your grandparents' civil rights movement, and I totally agree in the sense that we are seeing so many different folks from various identities represented in the movement, taking up leadership roles, advocating for themselves and telling their stories, and it's a beautiful thing. So I think, to me, that's one of the primary distinctions of this movement that makes it so powerful, is that we're seeing Black people in all of its beauty, and it's empowering for me and liberating.
I'd like to push a little bit on that nuance, though, right? So the thing about this movement that is different, you're absolutely right, is the ways in which, not that you have people who represent all these things, but the ways in which there is a valuing of those representations, right? So it's not that you didn't have people who were LGBT before. It's not that you didn't have people who represented all kinds of class distinctions. It's not that you didn't have people who represented all of these kinds of differences in the civil rights movement, but there was a way in which there was a flattening of differences, right? And there was a way in which we were not talking about these differences. But if you understand it that way, then what is great about what you're doing is that you recognize those differences and you're embracing them, right? Not that they weren't there. The differences have been there, but that you are embracing them, I think is probably a different way. Your grandparents might be a little happier if you said it that way. I don't know. I don't know your grandparents.
Jonathan, going to say something? No, Jonathan had his hand up. But it's okay. Thank you. I'm Dr. Goddess. There's so much, but there's a couple things I want to say. I started Black Politics Matter because I saw the gap between all this fantastic activism and a lot of ignorance of the political system and apolitical behavior, thought, tweets, etc. And to me, it reflects a couple of different things. One, when Barack Obama was elected and his campaign literally changed the face of what we know in terms of digital organizing and campaigning. Organizing for America or Obama for America, they ended up dropping the ball, right? That's partly why we lost the midterm elections, because he got elected and then the campaign really didn't continue in the way that it had. But I think it was Akiba that brought up the fact that interning is privileged space anyway. And so that campaign had a ton of white college volunteers and with sort of specks of blackness. So there weren't enough Black digital organizers that were a full part of that revolutionary digital organizing campaign that ushered in the first Black president. And when I look at the digital space, it upsets me that somebody like Erica Garner, for example, she has said that she wants to run for office. I've been trying to encourage her individually over and over again. And I don't mind, that she supports Bernie Sanders. I like that idea in general. But I think that a part of the problem, and it was sort of skirted around in some of you all's commentaries, and I'll just make it blatant, but some of the problems with the critiques that I see around DeRay running for Baltimore mayor in particular is that too many people think that is more of a white conspiracy. And we're undermining the real work that we've done and the electoral political achievements we've accomplished online by thinking that only quote unquote white people put him up to do that. And it's not fair, and I think that what's also happening is that it undermines our ability to say, Erica Garner, you can run. I know that you said you don't have experience, I know you said you don't know how to do it, but you can actually do it. And since judges are elected and we've got local politics, we need to do a better job with that, even knowing the limitations of electoral politics. So I guess in general, I'm just saying that there's a whole voided space, and there's also extremely white digital organizing space that needs to be literally infiltrated. And we have to do that in order to get for us to be trained, for us to get our information, for us to take over local politics and make the kind of real bread and butter change that Jonathan talked about and that we need in our lives. That's it.
Do you guys want to respond?
Yeah, so to that point, I think I haven't actually heard the narrative about someone else putting up DeRay. If anybody knows DeRay, you know that he's going to do what he wants to do. Right, so if that narrative is out there, it's completely false, right? DeRay is a very self-determined person. He's going to do what he wants to do. But I also wanted to back up a little bit to the quote. This isn't your grandparents or your mama's or your daddy's civil rights movement. And as a historian, that phrase really bothers me, or that saying really bothers me, right? because I think the first time I heard it was with Tef Poe around Ferguson, October. And I love Tef, he's my brother, I love him to death. But he was making a particular intervention around the ways that some of the ministers hadn't been involved and some of the clergy hadn't been involved as much as they should have. And since then, the phrase has taken on its own life. But as a historian, I always want to push back against it. And the reason is because the civil rights movement is way more complex than we really actually think, right? There's a whole bunch of radical people in the civil rights movement doing things that are way more radical than any of us could imagine. Actually, this is a shout out to Jasmine Young. She's doing this long history of women in self-defense, and it stretches across the civil rights movement, right? And so I think, although I know why the saying was put out there, we also have to push back against it to not actually deform the way we remember the civil rights movement or misconstrue the way we think of the civil rights movement. And also, it's not really necessary for us to do the constant comparisons, because new things open up new problem spaces. We're in a new problem space that comes from mass incarceration, that comes from deindustrialization, that comes from having a black president. And if we don't think about the present as the present and not the past, then we're missing something.
I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Kira Gaunt. So this is not your grandfather's thing. Could you guys, so I experienced this probably about 10 years ago when I first moved to New York. A very notable figure who ran for office in Brooklyn dressed down a 90-year-old man in the room at the Schomburg. And whenever I hear that phrase, and I've been talking to my mom, who was a part of the civil rights movement in Rockville, Maryland, and in D.C., about this intergenerational gap. And I wondered if you all would speak to any insights that you have about that, what we need to do, or structurally or personally. What insights do you all see?
I think about this a lot, right? I think about the thing that saddens me about that this is not your grandparents' movement is not, of course it's not. My mother is 72. She got on Twitter because MSNBC was not covering the Mike Brown stuff fast enough. But she is not on there talking to her BFF because she is a grandma. It's not her movement, right? So that makes sense to me completely. What saddens me about it is the way in which there's a subtle hostility under statements like that potentially, and what that signals is a problem on both sides. Not these kids who are saying that, not just the kids who are saying this is not your grandparents' movement, but there's a reason why they don't want it to be. Right? There's a reason why they might be feeling disconnected from those grandparents. And I think about all kinds of things. I'm not gonna lie. I was an 80s baby, and so lots of things in my life referred back to crack. I'm not even gonna lie about that, about the ways in which our institutions were damaged, ways in which mass incarceration comes into play, the ways in which grandparents were raising grandchildren, the ways in which all kinds of society structures were undermined. Right? And so what happens is there was a whole generation potentially of children in the 80s and 90s where they were just too much trouble. They were in too many gangs. They were selling too many drugs. They were stealing too much from their grandparents. And there's a way in which somehow old people became our enemy. Now that I'm older, I'm even more incensed by this because I don't want to be people's enemy, right? But I also don't want to do the things that you're doing as a millennial. And I think there has to be a way in which we can really start to think about this. But there is a way in which there is this establishment, older movement, activist cadre. And they are not trying to give up power. They are not trying to mentor people. They are not trying to bring people along. They are not trying to open up their spaces. And if you're not trying to do that, then what's going to happen is when these kids open their spaces and they start to get some shine, they're not going to be like, oh, come in, Grandpa. I'm very happy you and your local NAACP crew came with you. They're not going to do it. And so I'm saddened most by the disconnect and the hostility. The explanation for it is it ain't your grandparents' movement, and it shouldn't be, right? Grandparents don't need to be out in the street getting tear gas. They just don't.
And I just want to add, we had the Black Girl Conference at Columbia 2 weeks ago, and Michaela Gilliam Price from the Baltimore movement was there. She was like an old soul in a twerking, mentality. It was, and I don't think, to speak to what you said, it was the first time I got to see somebody like that firsthand, like in person. And that I don't see her in social media that way. You know what I mean? She's not being retweeted that way. And so I just needed to give her a shout out because I thought she was like Angela Davis, Sojourner Truth, and Audre Lorde wrapped up in a 16-year-old's body.
It's amazing.
And I, yeah. So.
Thank you for your illuminating presentations. Copious notes. I love what you're saying. I love the approach that you're taking, the analytical precision of your arguments. All of that's really, really good. So I want more information. So you've whetted my appetite now. Give me some more. Is there anybody monitoring how the Black Lives Matter movement is taking place in this country, how international audiences are responding to it or processing this movement? Now, I'm thinking in terms of how Black college students were in the vanguard of trying to get university campuses to pull back, support of apartheid in South Africa and disinvest in all of that. Michigan State was one of the first. So internationally, we as a protest community have been supporting freedom struggles all over. Or do you sense in Twitter that other groups are learning from what's going on here with the Black Lives Matter movement that may be informing some of their protest movements in different countries, and that may in the future be a way of forming alliances on an international scale? And I'm just throwing that out, asking for information, or if you have any thoughts about that process at all.
That's a great question. And I mean, there's some anecdotal, there's some stuff that I know about. There's the movement in Toronto, which, we tend not to think of internationally, but Canada is not the United States. Canadian police killed 25 people last year. The United States police kill that many people in a good weekend. So it's a separate place. Also in London, interestingly, President Obama is in London right now, scolding the Black Lives Matter movement, saying that, and it comes up because people have a question about the movement in the United States, and Obama's response to that was, Black Lives Matter activists need to stop yelling and do something. And so I think also in London, where there has been activism in response to police killings, that there is a general sense of solidarity and sympathy with the movement. I also think that the South African student movement last year, I think that demonstrates the kind of, not necessarily, I think there's a general sense of solidarity with the movement, but I also think that pointed to what Black students in this country have to learn from the Black student movement there as well. And I think in some ways it showed a connection between the two. But I think that there is a lot to investigate and think about the reverberations of the movement internationally and how social media both contributes to the interest and access that it provides into local activism in a very dramatic way when we're talking about transnational and international movements. And I think it also points again to some of the limitations and what can be captured in the smallness of tweets and the need for collaboration in ways that existed in a previous generation that in some ways have been circumvented by social media now. So I don't know if other people have any thoughts about that, but.
Well, I'll just say, I know in St. Louis, people have come in from all over the world. So there's been students coming from Mexico, students coming from Palestine, from London. And so there's been like communication. But I think what we're not seeing is like, I think people have their kind of own organic movements that are growing where they are. And people are trying to bridge them, but they're not centered around the exact same issues, if that makes sense. So I think particularly in St. Louis, what we've seen is people try to connect issues versus expanding issues, if that makes sense.
I just wanted to know if the panelists could talk about different ways that activists are working around issues of surveillance and ownership, because Dr. Price mentioned how local and federal authorities are looking at the social media accounts of activists now. Alicia Garza was on our campus at Wake Forest a couple of months ago, and she mentioned how, you know, Twitter and other social media networks are a great organizing tool, but at the same time, we don't own them. So as soon as someone wants to suspend an account of an activist, then that kind of cuts off the way that they can communicate. So I just wondered if the activists or the panelists in their research or others can speak to that.
Actually, I had a couple of my videos of gang members that I've interviewed over the years. I later find out they were used in criminal court trials as evidence against certain people that ended up committing a crime and getting arrested. And it actually made me rethink the way I do these interviews, the types of questions I ask them, and be very careful about how I edit them. For example, I had a video, an interview I did maybe 3 weeks ago, where a whole bunch of spontaneous activity started to happen on camera, where guys decided to start showing me weapons and start bragging and boasting. And of course, if I posted that information online, that's pretty much a felony for those guys that are showing that. So I'm completely aware of law enforcement monitoring my website, monitoring the activities I go on my website. In fact, one time in the almost 20 years, when I started the website, it was on a university server, and then in 1998, I got its own server. So while it's been on its own server, it's been a little less than 20 years. But in all these years, I had one subpoena, one federal request for an IP address for someone that left an anti-police comment on my website. Initially, they just called me up and said, "Can you send that information to us?" And I said, "Absolutely not. I want to protect the privacy of the people that come on my website." And then maybe less than a week later, I got an official document that came from a court. It was signed, and I had no choice but to turn that information over. And then lastly, when I documented one LAPD officer, well, not one, several LAPD officers shooting and killing an unarmed person, I immediately posted that video on the internet the day it happened, against the wishes of many people in my family. In fact, my father said, "Don't do it." And then as soon as I posted that video, law enforcement hit me up and said, "We want to get a copy of that." And I said, "I'm not going to give you," I said, "It's already online. You have the copy." They wanted the more quality, uncompressed version of it. And I kept saying, no. Actually, when I got a lawyer, and then my lawyer basically said, "You have a right to decline, but they have a right to subpoena it. And if they subpoena it, they're not just coming to get that one video. They're probably going to take all the videos out of your office." So eventually I cooperated and provided that video out of pretty much having no choice. So yes, we have to be cognizant of, the state, whether it's at the state level, federal, local level. They're monitoring all the things that's going on and what we're doing.
I think also it's about ownership. That's important. But there's no saying that if Black people own these things, that they wouldn't also then be cooperating with the government in the same way. I just showed my class this documentary called Mississippi Spies. I don't know if you've ever seen this, where the spies were Black. Because you couldn't roll up as a white person in the middle of Mississippi and not understand that you were here, if you were here, was a problem, right? And so we need to think about the legislation that allows people to subpoena this stuff. We need to think about the ways in which policing, I think their ownership is important, but I think if we set that aside and say, well, we don't have a Twitter, okay, that's probably really expensive. What are the other things we can do? One of the things that we can do is we can think about the legislation, especially in cities, around what can be subpoenaed, the legislation in states around what can be used in court, because it's not just actual videos like yours, Alex, it's if you are a budding rapper and you rap on YouTube one of your budding terrible lyrics and it talks about murder and you get tried for murder, they can use that in your case against you. So if you were 17 and horrible rapping to your friend on YouTube, it happened here in New Jersey. Like, I'm not even making this up. Horribly rapping about how you're going to kill somebody. And say you end up in a situation where they believe that you have killed somebody. They're going to play that for the jury, right? And that's not about ownership because, I mean, black people get subpoenas too. And when they get them, there's no saying that they're not going to give over that information. And so a lot of it is about the ways in which we allow people to be criminally prosecuted. It's about legislation. It's about advocating for those kinds of things, right? It's about the ways in which these are being used and things that we actually can do some advocacy work around.
I think we've also seen what I think is in some ways an immaturity of the movement in terms of some of these feuds or whatever that unfold on Facebook and Twitter primarily, that it's as if people have zero awareness that the police are watching all of this. It's as if they've never heard of COINTELPRO. And I don't even know if you need that now, given that people just put all of their business in social media. And so I do think that there has to be, part of it is the drawback of thinking that you can only organize online and not have face-to-face meetings where you actually talk to people and collaborate in person and that sort of thing. And then part of it, I think, is a real ignorance about the way that the American state works, that they're, even if the President of the United States invites you to the White House for tea and cookies, to talk about the issue of police brutality, doesn't mean that in some other wing of the White House or wherever it is that they make these decisions, that they aren't also thinking about how to exploit the openness of the movement in unhealthy ways. And so some of that is people have to learn and have to figure that out and need to think about Occupy and draw some lessons from that. And I think that's part of the learning process that is going on right now.
Good afternoon. Can you guys talk, ladies and guys, talk a little bit about the challenges? What'd you say?
We took guys as universal.
Okay. Talk a little bit about the challenges of digital activism as academics, particularly academics who are not in protected, tenured positions. So I think I'm thinking about Saida Grundy, Boston University, and
Stephen Salida.
Yeah. So all of these people that like graduate students that have things to say, but they are high cost to saying these things on the World Wide Web.
Well, technically, I don't have to worry about this anymore. Technically, but Stephen Salida.
Just don't talk about his.
Stephen Salida had tenure. Right? I mean, he was denied way into the process. But I think the thing about that is, look, you're being watched, and you need to understand that. And, I mean, I have been on job search committees where mysteriously the photos of people showed up in files. That happened before. Where the black woman's photo was there. I was like, her name was like something very non-racist, I guess. And they were like, just in case you didn't know. So there are ways in which your colleagues are watching you, and they are watching you all the time, and you should expect that, right? I'm not saying don't speak, right? I'm never going to be a person who's going to say, don't say the things that are most important to you. But I will say that that things have consequences. And so you need to think, and sometimes they're unintended consequences, but sometimes there's some consequence coming down the pipe. Does that make sense, right? So you don't know exactly how it's going to be consequential, but you know that there are consequences. But sometimes you have to say stuff, otherwise it's soul killing. And so I'm not a believer in these people who are like, when I get tenure, I'm a wild out. Because your wilding out muscle is completely atrophied in those 6 years. Like, you don't even have the ability to do it anymore. And so if you have been silent for all that time, it's very likely that you are going to be probably silent and broken by the time you get to the tenure process. And so I wouldn't say, I haven't shared absolutely everything that comes to the top of my political brain. I mean, I have some sense, but the things that were most important to me, when I felt like it was really important to speak, when I felt like it was life or death that I speak, I did it, right? You got to do it. And sometimes that means that you'll have people on campus, black or white, who won't speak to you, who will walk right past you. You will cut off relationships with people. But the thing is, you got to figure out how this is a life work, right? It's about living and balance. But at the same time, you don't need to tell absolutely everybody everything that comes to the top of your head, and you certainly don't need to put it out in a place where you cannot control the message. There are some conversations about my job I only have in person. I don't email people about it. I don't text people about it. You will not find a screenshot of it. The only person in here in the world that could probably kill my life is Brittany Cooper. And I feel like I have enough evidence on her to do the same. That's right. I'm just telling you. But everybody else, if it's a contentious conversation, I'm like, what I need you to do is get off of this, hang up the phone, and if you're close enough, we're going to meet and talk about it in person. If you're not, we're going to talk about it on the telephone, right? And I'm going to say at some point in that conversation, I did not agree to be recorded. Because I'm paranoid. And if you're black, you should be, right? Because people are watching and they're going to tell on you and they're going to use, because the kinds of judgments that they use, the kinds of things that seem radical to people who are not black, they will look very different on black bodies and on black faces. And they'll be like, well, what looks like a troublemaker in a good way is not the same for black people as what looks like a troublemaker in other ways. And so I'm just saying consequences, think about them, but then don't kill yourself being silent.
I think that you just have to be aware. I have a very active social media presence, and I try to, I have very sharp political opinions. I try not to be inflammatory, and I think that that's part of the calculus right now. I think one of my first experiences with some of this weirdness was I gave a talk at Temple on like the future of black politics and Obama or something I thought was fairly innocuous. And it turned out that some Breitbart person was in the audience recording it. Yep. And all of a sudden, this is all over Fox News. I'm getting called by the Hannity show asking if I want to come on. And I'm like, what the hell just happened, And so I think that it really seems like there are two categories: black women who have strong political opinions, and anyone who speaks out against the state of Israel has a target on you at any particular point in time, where people troll your social media stuff. People may come to your talks and that sort of thing. And I think in some ways that's just a part of what's up right now. And, I agree with Melanie, and you can't spend your entire time you can be paranoid about it, but either, you decide that you want to speak out about what's going on in the world, or you don't. Right. You have to do it in a smart way. But, I think that's the world that we live in right now, and, pick a side.
My experience as being an academic and doing a lot of grassroots social work, social movement work, is that my concern is really more about being surveilled. being surveilled by law enforcement, being surveilled by the government, and just having everything I do being monitored and being listened to. I'm not really concerned about the things that I show, portray, or the views that I have. A lot of the things that I cover on the website or document as a documentarian are things I've already published about, things that I've wrote with, things I've co-written. So I'm not worried about my peers in academia. They pretty much, 90% of them support the work I do. I'm more concerned about the state and the level of surveillance over the topics that I cover. It gets pretty sensitive in Los Angeles sometimes, and that's my biggest concern.
I think this is a really, really good question, and it's one I've wrestled with since I got a job. Let me just be honest. But I actually don't have a personal Twitter account. I don't have a personal Instagram account. I only have a Facebook account. But I manage multiple Twitter accounts for different organizations, and I manage multiple Instagram accounts. And so I just made a conscious decision that for me, it wasn't important for me to have my own social media presence. So what it allows me to do is to be a part of different teams that actually are in social media and are raising political issues, but I don't do it, myself, I'm not at the center of it, if that makes sense. And I didn't do that consciously on purpose walking into it. I kind of just stumbled into it. I'm somebody who's really introverted, and so I'm not somebody who really wants to have a life on social media about me. But I think if you're going to be an academic, it's a really important question you have to wrestle with. I think it's important, like Kianga says, to pick a side. And there's also going to be a point in time where you have to answer for everything regardless, right? And so whatever you put out there, you just got to be willing to live with. So yeah, I think it's an important question, and I particularly say it's an important question in a room where I know that there are graduate students and people who are thinking about their careers and those types of things.
Can I also say have some work, so if you need to go, you can, right? So you don't want to be in a place where you've made all these, you're doing really good activist work, but you don't have any work that's going to get you to keep your job. And so if those people turn on you, you can't go to another place. And so have some work so that, you might not end up in a place equivalent to where you are, but you might end up, you can end up somewhere, but you can't end up somewhere with just the activist part. In the same way that the postman who is on Twitter cannot end up with a different job if he is not delivering the mail. Like, you have to have some work to allow you to move around spaces. I mean, when you have work, it gives you some freedom to tell people, okay, this place is not for me. A lot of people get stuck in places because they don't have work.
And can I just add this too, because I think this is important. If you choose the road of an academic as a professor, there are so many different ways you can contribute to social movements that have nothing to do with being public. Social movements need researchers. They need people who can, write. They need people who can edit. They need all these things. And so, if somebody wants to be an academic, it doesn't mean that there's not a space for you, right? And so I think we also have to be more imaginative about how we can contribute.
Right.
I'm waiting on us to start the radical computer scientists for the revolution. Like, we need coders.
Right. That's true.
Getting surveilled until people build us some platforms that are encrypted.
Right. Encryption. That's the future, young ones.
It is. The question I have is not conformed. I've been wrestling with how to ask it, but now that in your presentation raised it for me. I really appreciate that you shouted out Caleb. Because I think, I don't think I would be a good part of the movement if I didn't say that there's a tension even in the way that this conversation is structured, in the sense that the folks who are doing digital activism that we typically think about are young folks who are not academics. Those are not the folks that we're hearing from right now. So I think it's really important that we sort of acknowledge that we're having a particular version of a digital activism conversation that is not the way that this conversation actually looks in movement spaces or on Twitter. And so I say that because I feel accountable to the movement, but I also say that, just because, we should be able to raise it. On the other hand, my question is about that tension. So there's a way in which the movement also would so the low-hanging critique there would also be to come into the space and sort of be like, y'all are being elitist.
Right.
Where are the young activists? And so I wonder how you negotiate that. And the thing that made me tie it to your presentation, Jonathan, is the thing about both clapback culture and neoliberalism, right? That there's a way that we sort of traffic in these very easy binaries. So like I get called elitist a lot. You a professor, so what you know, and so I'm looking at like Alex, who's been doing this work for longer than some of the young activists have been alive, but who probably wouldn't be on their radar as a digital activist who has like been shaping that space for 20 years. And so I wonder, how do we have this conversation in a more productive way so that we respect the young folks who are creating this kind of work are actually challenging the things that we think matter in terms of epistemology, that we think matter in terms of value, truth, facts, narratives, and how you do stuff. And at the same time, like, acknowledging the labor that goes into like what it means to be a PhD and write the activist book and run the website and be surveilled and have people subpoena you. Because the thing that I worry about, and it's tied to this question, I'm trying to get to the thing, like, in some ways I want you guys to speak to how you navigate or sit in that tension, or how we might navigate it better, because I clap back at people when they do it. I don't navigate it well, but the thing I'm also thinking about as a bigger sort of like more scholarly point is around, I think it is tied to some challenge in the way we intellectually narrate things that is deeply rooted in the discursive as opposed to the sort of material. So a lot of what happens on social media is about name dropping and shouting out all the categories, right? So we use elitist as a very flattened out way to sort of try to think about a class critique. And then people are supposed to do particular things when you say it, right? Or young activists, like some of the sort of caution that Melanie has given, I can just imagine young activists being like, why are you being ageist, right? Like, so they sort of shout categories back that were pioneered in the academy, but, you know what I mean? Yeah. But then get used against the academics, you know what I mean? And Reverend Osenyefu Sekou, who's on the ground in Ferguson, said in this piece that he wrote that I clapped back at on another level, but the thing I liked about this piece is he said, that can easily be co-opted in a neoliberal frame, where it looks like people are being progressive because they get the categories right? And so I wonder about this tension we have between the way that academics who are radical think about mobilizing things, and the way that young folks who are not academics but who are radical think about mobilizing things. And there seems like to be a real tension between the way that we toss around discourse, and I always wonder when we're like doing this discursive thing about, did you include my group? Did you say the gender non-conforming, cisgender, like the cisgender, like, I'm a women's and gender studies professor, so I appreciate all of that. But at the same time, and a feminist, right? So I appreciate all of that. And at the same time, it feels like a performance of radicalism that, and I'm not always sure if it's productive. And so I wonder, I really want to know like how other academics sit with that tension, because I always feel like you have to, like I feel like if we didn't say the thing about how young activists weren't here, that when the video gets shown, the critique will be, look at these academic elitists talking amongst themselves and not talking to the people who are doing the work. And some of y'all sitting in the room thinking it now, so I want you to know that I know you're thinking it, right? But that is what's required, that you have to at least say that you know that you didn't include everybody that you should have.
Right.
And so how do we deal with that? Because it creates real division, like it creates real challenges, and I don't know how to always deal. So that's my question.
I'll start off by saying I'm on the ground, and the university has never pulled me away from the community, ever, whether I was an undergraduate, a graduate student, or teaching. I'm always on the ground. You go to my website, I was on the north side of Long Beach 7-8 days ago in one of the most concentrated poverty communities of the north side of Long Beach, talking to 3 or 4 gang members, having them tell me their story and how they got to where they got. And at the end of the interview, they said, Alex, we really appreciate you coming here, because most people never come to North Side Long Beach. No one wants to come here and visit us. No one wants to come here and talk to us. But they know I'll go there. And what's really interesting is I I really engage the people that come to my website and through the comments. And I often get comments, hey, come to my neighborhood. Come see how we're living. And then I'll hit them up. And by me staying on the ground, staying connected to all these communities throughout Los Angeles County, I don't have to worry about any elitist critique from anyone. All they got to do is go to my site. If they don't know me personally, I say, go to the site. Go check it out before you start critiquing my position and start generalizing what professors and people in academia are supposed to act like. So I think that's one of the things I do. I keep my feet on the ground, and I do it on a consistent and regular basis.
Well, I mean, I have 1,000 things to say about this, but I won't say 1,000 things. The first couple of things is that this is, I believe, a social movement, the Black Lives Matter movement, that is aimed at stopping state and police terrorism in Black communities. And so I won't really put up with anyone questioning my right or ability as a Black person in this country to participate and be in this movement. And what I actually think that is about is a kind of aping of neoliberalism, is this sense of proprietorship that there are some people who own the movement or who are more entitled to be in the movement, or who are somehow more precious to the movement, which I just think is garbage and I think has to be resisted. Now, I do think that we have to, talk about and acknowledge the sort of when the movement activists talk about a movement for all Black lives, and that we are trying to be completely representative and center people's lives who have been marginalized, and that is incredibly important. But that shouldn't be to the point that other people then have no role and should be, silent or shut up about the movement, because I think everyone has a contribution to make, and it's about figuring out what exactly that contribution is. And it means that there are different discussions that are happening. So sometimes there is an academic conference where academics will talk about what the movement might mean historically, who might put this into an international perspective, or might talk about it in ways that other people don't. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. And I think that we can say that we're able to have multiple conversations in multiple places at different times. And I just think that this whole policing culture that exists within the movement of who gets to speak, who doesn't, who shouldn't get to speak, who gets to say what, is generally unhealthy, and to me is more about shutting people out and excluding people and making all sorts of assumptions about where people come from, what their background is, and what their experiences are. I teach at Princeton University. Shoot me, but I
Not really. Don't shoot her. Don't shoot her for real.
I came to the academy as an academic. I was a 3-time college dropout. I moved to Chicago to work with death row inmates who were being tortured by the police. I was involved in a movement that helped stop the death penalty in the city of Chicago. I was a tenant organizer. And it was because I was a tenant organizer that I wanted to go to graduate school to learn about segregation in the city of Chicago. And so if you're just looking at where I happened to get a job, because I actually tried to get a job at the school that I went to, Northeastern Illinois University, and they wouldn't hire me. And I tried to get a job at DePaul University, and they wouldn't hire me. And there's a whole bunch of public schools I tried to get a job at, and they wouldn't hire me. So Princeton University hired me, so I took the job so I could pay my student loans back. But you don't know that if you're just making a determination based on where somebody works and what you think their background is. We are Black people living in the United States. We all have a beef, and we all have a right to be in this movement.
Yeah.
So
So I'm not a Black Lives Matter activist. I'm not. I'm just not. I mean, when Brittany, when you were going to that ride to Ferguson, I was like, I'm spending this summer finishing my book. I got tenure on my mind, and that is the only thing that I'm thinking about. And I try to make it clear to people that I have my own commitments, like just in the same way. But lucky for me, I'm mostly invited into community groups to do education work, right? So when they invite me in, it's like, can you come talk about voting rights? Can you come talk about those things? And I think, sure, because that might be my sort of thing that I'm called to do in communities. But with my students, sometimes they really like to pull cards about, thank you for showing up because no other professor would even bother. And I'm like, maybe they had things to do. It is 9:00 at night. People have children. You only got me here because I don't have none. Like, this is the reason why I'm here. And I try to make clear that I have my own commitments and they have their own commitments. But I also think about, like, I love this story in Barbara Ransby's Ella Baker book, where she talks about how Ella Baker was in her mid-40s when she started working with those kids in SNCC. And she had very bad asthma. And those kids smoked like trains. And she would be sitting in those rooms with masks on her face in those meetings with them. And I think if Ella Baker can sit in there with them people, I will listen to these kids ramble. And it's not like I'm never going to be like, okay, now I feel like you've gone too far, right? Because I do feel like people have gone too far. I'm a human being. You just can't dump your stuff on me. But I also think that part of my job as a person who has a knowledge set is to be like, okay, I see why you think that. But here's something that I would like you to consider. And there's a way in which you can do that that makes the process seem sort of collaborative in that I am listening to them and they are listening to me. But I also don't feel bad that I actually want to, live in a house and drive a car and pay my student loans. Like, I will never feel bad for that. Like, I just won't. And I won't list, by the way, all the things that led me to this point. Like, I stopped making the list about, I had a single mother, no. And I've walked out of places where I'm like, this is not what we wanted you to do. We wanted you to make us feel better about being ourselves. Nope, that's not what I do. I do political education. And if that's not what you want, then I'm just going to have to do something else. You're going to have to do something else. We're going to have to figure out something else. But that's all about having commitments, right, to yourself and to what, it's all about all of us trying to be whole, actualized people. And if we're trying to be whole, actualized people, then we're able to think about ways in which we can make contributions to the lives of other Black people. And the Black people who don't want what I have to give, or people, period, who don't want what I have to give, it took me a long time. I mean, I'm 43 years old to be like, well, I just don't have nothing else for you. And if that ain't what you want, then maybe we can part ways. Let's be strangers.
Yeah, so I think for me, I think I take the critique head on when people are like, you a professor, you comfortable, you got a good job. Like, I own that critique, right? It's not that I did anything wrong, but it's actually what I do. But then at the same time, I'm also the person who, and I'm not putting anybody out there or shading anyone or anything like that. So, like, there's sometimes when people say, you're comfy, you're cushy, you're elitist, these things. But then there's also the people on the ground who will say to me, I need $200, can you loan it to me? Or I need a letter of rec, can you write it for me, right? And so being a professor both comes with criticisms and also it comes with ways that I can help people. So I don't shy away from the kind of critique people are putting towards me. The other thing I think, in terms of Kianga's point, which I think is really spot on, I first met Jamila Lemieux and Darnell Moore we were dropping banners at a Rams game. They probably don't even remember me. They didn't know I was a professor, but we were all there for this moment to drop these banners at a Rams game. So before I get into the arena, right, a police officer walks over to me, spots me in the crowd, and he's like, we're not gonna have any problems tonight, right? I was like, excuse me? He's like, we're not going to have any problems tonight, right? So to him, I'm not a professor, right? To him, he's somebody who's identified me in the crowd before, who knows that I associate with people on the ground, and so therefore he's surveilling me, right? And so my titles don't really matter to me, right? I try to navigate the space and keep all my relationships intact, but what really matters to me the most is that Black people are living comfortably and living to their full capacity, right? I think critique is an important part of any social movement, and we shouldn't shy away from it. We should own it, so.
I know we have to close, but I'm gonna drop a little bomb right here that we don't actually have time to talk about. But there is a way that we as academics need to talk about the ways that when things start happening to Black people, we start thinking about how we can study them. Oh, can I get a survey in Ferguson? How fast do you think I get a survey in Ferguson? Oh, who keeping them signs for archiving? Can I have them signs? Like, it's a way in which academics, even Black academics, who I understand why you want some of that stuff. I understand the ways in which it could enrich your research. But there are people, I have seen conversations where you are in a conversation with academics about something that's happening that is so killing to Black people. And they're like, I wonder if anybody's doing oral histories. Is anybody collecting them oral histories? And I'm like, wait a minute, pause. Can we talk about what's happening and then think about how we study it, right? And so there are ways in which we need to talk about our own ethics and the way in which we interact with these people on the ground. Like, it's not just that they're suspicious of us, but a lot of times it's for good reasons, because we come in there knowing that that's going to be our next book.
Mic drop. Okay. Yeah, we're done. So that's the end of the question and answer. So thank you.
I want to thank everybody for coming, and those of you who stayed to the end. You know, when we got the submissions, I've done conferences before, and I do know, particularly when you go into a Saturday, usually you try to end it at noon because, a lot of people, they have kids, they have to do so much. We got so many people submitting so many proposals. We still, quite frankly, we could have gone into tomorrow with this conference, but we did have to decline some of them. So it is really amazing that we have this many people who on a Saturday evening at 7 o'clock, I don't know what that says about those of us who are still in the room. But that you are still with us. And I just didn't, I figured that, I'd be one among the last people to have the last word here. But one of the things that I got from the discussions all for both days, and particularly as I'm listening to the discussion here, is that things have changed so much. But things are still the same in so many other ways. We are still being surveilled, right? They are still finding ways to do an end run around whatever our activism is. We are still talking to each other about who's the true revolutionary and who's in the game and not in the game, etc. So I just want to thank the panelists. I want to thank Melanie. I want to thank Brittany. I want to thank Keisha. I want to thank the School of Arts and Sciences. And I want to thank all of you who, came with so much energy and, continue to have this much energy. In 2 years, as I do have conference money every other year, I'm pretty sure that we will be doing another conference, and I'm pretty sure that the subject will be the Black body. I'm pretty sure. And the reason that I'm pretty sure about that is because not beginning this September, but in September 2017, the Rutgers Center for Historical Analysis will be doing a 2-year project on the Black body. All right, so that so you can look forward to that. But again, I want to remind you that there's some posters here for keepsake, and that's something else I learned about this. The posters are here, but posters are an anachronism nowadays, right? We certainly needed to have the conference, we needed the design. And again, I want to thank out loud, I think I've said it before, but Marshonda Smith. Marshonda, why don't you stand up?
Please. Come on, Marshonda.
I know that her
name appears on the program, but she's the one who put the program together for us, who designed the program, who designed this wonderful conference poster, which it turns out, as long as it's on the internet these days, you almost don't need it in paper. You know, that I learned. But I want to thank, I'm sorry, I hope that I said this before, but there are always so many people to thank. Does anyone here have anything else to say? So I think we could say this is a wrap, and it has been a wonderful 2 days.